So happy on. We were very young like butterflies. Like hot butterflies. So happy on. We had just begun. Let it slide on. All the memories are riding in time. Like a bittersweet perfume. Can you tell me how I love that so fine? Could have climaxed in a single afternoon. So happy on. We were very young like butterflies. Like hot butterflies. So happy on. We had just begun. Let it slide in real life. Slow goodbyes. That was a time of life. Foxy was a dance. And then you got lost. So did boy. Like butterfly. Like you say it. Can I say this? Just this hand. So, let it slide. We were very like butterflies. So happy. We had just begun. Just begun to fly. I wanna say, so happy, so happy, so you remember, so happy.
Look the way these niggas dancing, y'all. Check this out.
You ever care for me? You lit the fuse. I stand confused. You ever press for me? But you turn me up. You dropped the bomb on me, baby. You dropped the bomb on me. But you turn me on. You dropped the bomb on me, baby. You dropped the bomb on me.
Look, he's showing a plane dropping a bomb in representation of the Tulsa massacre. So that's where they was from, Greenwood, Archer, and Pond. But check it out.
You were my fears. You dropped a bomb on me. You turned me out. You turned me on. You turned me loose. When you turned me on. You dropped the bomb on me, baby. You dropped the bomb on me. But you turned me out. You dropped the bomb on me, baby. You dropped the bomb on me. Just like Adam and Eve, said you set me free. You took me to the sky, I've never been so high. You were my fears, you were my fears. You were my hope, baby, you were my smoke. You dropped the bomb, you dropped the bomb on me, baby. You dropped the bomb on me. But you turned me up, you dropped the bomb on me, baby. You dropped the bomb on me. But you turned me on, baby. bomb on me, baby. You dropped the bomb on me. You dropped the bomb on me, baby. You dropped the bomb on me, baby. You dropped the bomb on me. You were in motion, felt like lotion. You were the gift for me. You were the first explosion, turned out to be corrosion. You were the first for me, but you turned me up. You dropped the bomb on me, baby. You dropped the bomb on me. Oh, baby. You dropped the bomb on me, baby. You dropped the bomb on me. I won't forget what you done to me, baby. You dropped the bomb on me, baby. You dropped the bomb on me. You dropped the bomb on me, baby. You dropped the bomb on me. I won't forget. I won't forget.
Protect.
The dark brown shades of my skin only add color to my tears. Oh, that splash against my hollow bones that rocks my soul. Looking back over my false dreams that I once knew, wondering why my dreams never came true. Is it because I'm black? Somebody tell me, what can I do? Oh, Lord. Oh, something is holding me back. Is it because I'm black? Yeah. In this world of no pity, I was raised in the ghetto of the city. Yeah. Oh, Lord. Mama, she worked so hard to earn every penny. Yeah, yeah. Oh, Lord. Something is holding me back. Is it because I'm black? Like a child stealing his first piece of candy and got caught. Peeping around life's corner somewhere, I got lost. Oh, something is holding me back. I wonder, is it because I'm black? Oh, somebody tell me, what can I do? Will I survive or will I die? Oh, you keep on holding me back. Keep on holding on. Keep on picking on me. Oh, keep on holding me back. Keep on holding on. Keep on holding on. Holding me back. I wonder why you do me like that. But you keep on holding me back. Keep on putting your foot on me. But I've got to break away somehow and someday. 'Cause I want to be somebody so bad, so bad. I want to be somebody.
Yo, and that song 7 minutes long, man. Shout out to the Pan Africans, man. Let's continue playing their victimhood mentality songs. Definitely a heavyweight joint though by Sly Johnson, Because I'm Black. But this is definitely the theme song of the day. So we already know, ain't because we black, nothing is holding us back. We the gods and the goddesses, and anything you manifest and you put the energy into it, you could bring it to fruition. So let's get back into that. Let's get back into the Pan African theme song.
I want to be somebody so bad. You see, I want diamond rings and things like you do. And I want to drive Cadillac cars. Oh, I want to be somebody so bad. But you keep on putting your foot on me. And I believe I can break away and be somebody somehow in some way. You see, I heard somebody say one time, you can make it if you try. Oh, and some of us, we're trying so hard. We're trying so hard. I want you to know that I don't speak for myself, but I speak for y'all too right now. You see, if you're half white, light brown skin, and a high yellow, you're still black. So we all got to stick together right now. This I want to say to you, my sisters and my brothers. Right on, sister. Right on, brother. Dig this. If we keep on pushing, y'all, oh, we got to make it a little bit further. We got to make it a little further. All we got to do is try. And some of us, we're trying so hard. We're trying so hard. We're trying so hard. We're trying so hard to be somebody. We're trying so hard. Although they're holding us back. And instead I believe it's because we're black. Uh-huh. But hey, we can't stop now. We can't stop now. Got to keep on, keep on, keep on, keeping on. We got to keep on, keeping on. I know and I know and I know that you know that I know it ain't right. Oh, it ain't right. It ain't right. It ain't right. That they hold us, hold us, hold us back. They're holding us back. Uh-huh. They're holding us back. I wonder. Sometimes I sit down and I wonder. I sit down and I think about it. Sometimes it makes me so mad.
Bismillah.
Young Chop on the beat.
First of all, shout out respect to Chairman Flair. Shout out respect to Lupe Fiasco. Shout out to Mr. West. Shout out to Rashi, Lonnie Land. Shout out to Sashi Go Hard, Katie got banned, King Lou, LAP Bogus, whole Chicago moment. Real recognize real, check it. White supremacy is what I don't like. Sugar ass crackers what I don't like. The Bank of America I don't like. When they lynching cynicism, man, I don't like. I don't like the way they ghetto living, man, I don't like. Got us trapped up in a system, man, I don't like. Ain't too different from a prison jacket, ain't right. Ain't no freedom at the trap, hustles everywhere. You can feel it in the air, pure despair. Hungry hands only take when they reaching out. Campaign slogan, geek up, dumb down. Ugly politicians, new election year. Crime about they care, they are not sincere. It's the greedy and the rich ones that make war, that the hungry young and poor ones pay for. The little homie stretched out in the coffin. They dying younger and they dying more often. The rent too high, the wage too low. Them top 5 stupid songs up on your radio.
Young Chop on the beat.
I don't like. All this cackling and carrying on, I don't like. All this sucking and scared shit, I don't like. All these African Americans, that ain't right. And that goes to crazy ass crackers, small claim court clowns and strip club rappers. Out in broad day with their nipples out, with they stretch marks, back heads and pimples out. Yuck, you suck. Go away. You're always talking and you never got much to say. Yuck, you suck. Go away. You always try in space. Fix your thirsty face.
Young Chop on the beat.
I don't like. The way these jokers look and sound, I don't like. The way I see them getting down, I don't like. Make you wonder how they get around, it ain't right. In the land where crooks get to write the laws, but people hide their eyes and show they charge. Who the realest? Never mind. Who the winner for the best arranged lives? What they wearing? Who is there? Ask yourself, why you care? Somebody going ham on a gossip site, catching feelings over rumors that are not your life.
Young Chop on the beat.
I don't like. Sometimes I even hate, but not the people. They act ways. I don't like. Sometimes I even hate. Lord forgive. Let us pray for pussy poses, dummy greed, polluted seeds, them wacky weeds, Nazi police, wasted time, zombie recruitment, legal crime.
Young Chop on the beat.
I don't like.
Jimmy baby.
You don't like a nigga. All right, man. Peace to the gods, man. Peace to the goddesses. Peace to the Aboriginals, North, South, Central, and the conjoining islands. This is your brother Hanu Kiel, aka A1, aka the Autonomous One. So we got another Sunday heavyweight jam on deck. Soon to be followed. Soon to be featuring my brother AP whenever he join. Definitely shout out to him and Sir Drop Battle Rap. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Yeah, shout out to AP brother Sir Drop. They gonna have a battle rap event tonight. So AP will definitely be coming in sooner or later. Just touching up on that. But for the most part, before he get in, we're gonna play a little bit of audio that I heard last night on Shanetta and the sister. Let me see something. I keep forgetting how to pronounce the name. Dulcinea, she gonna be going in on Onk. And and this is a regular occurrence with these niggas. She definitely gonna be going in. So let me play this. Let me take my banner off real quick. Let me take this shit down. Peace to everybody in the chat room as well. Let's get it back to this. Alright, so boom. No, it's right here.
Speak to her nice.
She's scamming.
Oh, come on, man. She ain't selling nothing.
Knew it.
She's not here selling nothing, brother. You got to be able to deal with the female intellectualism at the same way you deal with the brothers.
And I tell them they scamming. Lex right there, he's scamming. They scamming us intellectually. Meaning they're not honest. They're not telling the truth. They're misrepresenting real scientific data. Right?
They scamming the unscrambled minds.
Absolutely. And they scrambling up your minds.
Nah, that's not real, brother. The people love with those.
Hey, let me get a mic check. Just press 1 for me if you guys heard the content that I was playing. Because sometimes it's like every fucking time I go live is always some bullshit. So press 1 for me if y'all heard some of the audio, and we're gonna go right back into it. All right, so we good. All right, so we good. All right.
They are saying, man.
Hey, I'm not mad.
Peace, Sister Freedom, too. I have to say,
I'm not mad.
How you doing?
I'm not mad. You know what? I'm a sit back. This is what I want to do. I just want to do one thing, and I'm gonna sit back and let Dulcinea boomerang dagger herself. I just want to present one thing and get her out of there. So she talks wild about Wikipedia, right? And all I want to do is just pull this up right here.
She
show you how
Wikipedia said about itself. She did it, or Wikipedia said about itself.
That's right.
Okay,
that's
so
right.
what I want to do
Just
is
like
I want to
Hebrew.
present.
That's right.
What I want to do is I'm gonna kill them all.
Turn on
I'm
them
gonna kill them
cameras.
all with this. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kill them all. I'm gonna let them. Hey, Sarnetta, I'm gonna drop this, and I'm getting out of here from the heathens. I'm getting away from it.
I just want to say, Dustin, that you did that, girl.
Yeah, I know. Hey, you celebrate. Won't you raise your hand in victory, ladies and gentlemen? Dulcinea. Look, you know we got a
an opinion. I mean, nobody can have common sense except Unc.
Freedom, one at a time. It's one mic.
Are you Freedom? Are you drinking, Miss Freedom? Are you drinking some
No,
wine?
not
Are you
my life, but no, make me come back at
Don't
you.
Don't worry,
strong
Freedom.
water?
Sister Freedom,
Strong
a
water?
pseudo will die at its source. Trust
Here
me.
we go. Here we go. So this is the source that she actually brung. Wikipedia, look, is not a reliable source. Now watch this. It says this page is about using Wikipedia as a citation for itself. Ah, she pulled the wrong page. You know what she did? She wasn't even reading. Let's come down here. This page is about using Wikipedia as a citation in another Wikipedia article and not about using Wikipedia in general. So why did she do it? Why did she do that to y'all?
What does it say? Why does it say that it's not a reliable
Why are you talking right
source?
now, miss? Let me finish my point.
But
I'm
just
letting you know.
making sure
Look
I'm
at
asking
you.
questions.
You're
Twisting
jumping.
what you
I'm
say.
You're not asking me
questions.
anything.
I mean,
Hey,
you're like,
Sonetta.
I'm
Hey,
confused.
Sonetta. Get your
I'm
pseudo.
asking you a question.
Hey, get
No,
your
no,
pseudos.
I'm
I'm not
asking you a
asking the
question,
question in the middle of me
No,
talking.
you can't say
Get
He
your
has
that.
the right
pseudos.
to engage you.
Reel them
It's
in.
my show.
Reel your pseudos in,
No,
Sonetta.
it's
Reel
my
them in.
show, so I get to ask you a
Sonetta,
question.
no,
I'm
you're not in the
asking
middle of
you
me
to ask
talking,
me a question.
Dulcinea. I'm in the middle of
Hold up,
talking.
Dulcinea, you
being
gotta
a
let him
gentleman.
finish. You gotta let him.
See, there's a thing that goes on. When you got them, when the pseudo done dotted their source, let's read it again. This page, is this the page we on? It says, is about using Wikipedia as a citation in another Wikipedia article and not about using Wikipedia in general. She came on here and misrepresented that source. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm out of here. Hey, Dulcinea, listen, check this out, yo.
See,
This
and
the
I
big
knew
leagues
you would
right
do
here.
this. He
Now,
won't
I got a
answer
saying
why.
here.
Oh,
It's
no,
called
he
8
won't
to
answer
80.
why. He won't
It's called 8
Sonetta,
to
he
80
won't answer
and
why,
blind,
so
cripple,
just
and
let him
crazy.
go and let
I
him
accept your
answer my
challenge.
question.
Go ahead and study
Let
up,
him go
Dulcinea.
and
I
he's gonna
got
answer
you.
my
But ladies and gentlemen, I'm going, hey, we got a pseudo killer on the
question.
panel. I'm going to let
Are you
them
gonna
handle
answer
that.
my question
I'm going to
though?
sit back.
Let
Are you
him
gonna
go.
answer my question though? Before
What's
you
your
go?
question, Dulcinea?
Wait,
What's your
don't
question?
run. Are you gonna answer
What's your
my question?
question?
Okay, so why is Wikipedia saying that it cannot be used as a citation?
No, as a citation for Wikipedia articles. See, comprehension is wild.
You the one.
You know what? I'm gonna
What?
sit back. I'm
No,
sitting
it
back.
does
I'm
not
gonna
say that.
sit
Okay,
back.
I'm about to bring it back up. Let me go ahead and bring it back up because I see he's not gonna be.
It's right here. I'm gonna bring it up
Like
again.
he's not gonna.
I'll bring it up again. Dulcinea, it's right here.
So we'll just bring it back up on what it says.
Dulcinea, it's right here,
So
Dulcinea.
since
Here you go.
he's talking
You're
about
moving
it, kid.
slow.
Oh no,
You're too
no,
slow,
that I'm
Dulcinea.
stopping that one. We gotta bring
Stopping
the
what? Is
other one back.
that's the one you use, Dulcinea? Dulcinea.
You gotta let her talk.
Oh yeah, there you go.
That's just, I'm putting
Okay.
let her
so-
talk. I want her to talk. Jesus
All right,
Christ,
all
let her
right.
talk.
Let her
It
talk.
says is Wikipedia is
messed
not
up,
a
man.
reliable source for citations elsewhere on Wikipedia as a user-generated source. It can be edited by anyone at any time. So what does that mean? If it can be edited by anyone at any time,
Body
that means
bag.
at one time it could say something that is true. It can say what the article actually said. But then someone that doesn't like the article can come in and edit it and say something the article didn't ever say, but it's okay for them to do it. Why? Because it's a user-generated source and it can be edited by anyone at any time. So the information contains a particular time could be vandalism, a work in progress, or simply incorrect. So you can stay at the first top of the page and say that we don't understand it because you read the first sentence, but no, you're gonna have to go back and down and read the whole thing. Thank
A
you.
pseudo died at its source once again.
Hey, Sonetta, what does this say? It say this page. See, reading comprehension is wild. See, you're at a 5th grade level of comprehension, Dulcinea. I'm not saying you can't read. We know Lion Lex ain't got no damn comprehension. We already know that. See, we understand that. I'm gonna tell you again. It say this page, Dulcinea. This page, the page you brought up. It's not for what you're trying to use it for. Now, I can show you where you can find it somewhere else and deal with it. But the page you brought up, you have misrepresented, and the pseudo always dies at the source. Look, son, I'm going to go over my thing, right? I'm going to get away from her, right? Go study up, shorty. I got you faded. Anytime, 8 to 80, blind, crippled, crazy. You think I won't debate a woman, I'll beat the brakes off of her. Hey, son, set that up. See if somebody want to see that.
Fuck is this possible?
Let me know.
How the fuck is this possible?
Not you to say that you'll be.
Hey, Dulcinea, the other day, right?
No cuss words.
Dulcinea,
no, I won't
check it
cuss.
out.
I won't be cussing them. I'm not gonna cuss at you, Dulcinea.
Dulcinea.
80.
Yeah, the other day when they was going over sources, they was always talking about how y'all only read the first line. He came in here, read the first line, misconstrued your whole point about it, and then try to say you don't understand it.
Why you let this clown? Why you let this clown sharpen up like that?
What's going on?
Why did this clown sharpen up like
that? Did you not say the other day when I brought out a source that I only read a certain part of it, and that pseudos don't read the whole thing?
You are a liar.
All right.
Hold on,
Right, we're going all right. But I don't like talking to liars because everybody read it. Says for this page. Hold on, we got people sitting right here. Hold on.
You're interrupting, though.
Take yourself out of it, Lex.
But you're interrupting what I'm saying.
Lex, take yourself out of it, Lex. You got other people on the panel.
All I'm saying is let the brother speak.
No, I'm getting ready to get off here. No, we got the page right. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people right here, Saul. You see, the problem is you never get shit checked right now. Ask everybody, what does that article say, dude? We can get that out the way. So we don't have to debate this, dog. We can read.
You have to let one at a time, brother.
Right.
Okay,
You gonna let this nigga get past that?
Can I ask my sister? Sister Freedom? From what you read there, what
you gonna ask Freedom?
Why can't I ask Freedom? She's a nurse. She's a nurse. Comprehend this as a nurse. So, Sister Freedom, with your comprehension skills, what did it say of why Wikipedia is not a reliable source?
Now understand this, right? Even with Wikipedia, you cannot use Wikipedia in school. These niggas always talk about scholastic education and being a scholar and being astute. You cannot reference nothing with Wikipedia in any collegiate level research paper, essay, or anything. You can't even mention Wikipedia. You will fail. You will. If the teacher see Wikipedia, they might give you a C, depending on how good your writing is. But just the fact that you use Wikipedia and at this level of education, Wikipedia is not allowed to be used. You should already know that. So even when you're dealing with Wikipedia, and I've been saying this for a long time, I try not to go. If I go to Wikipedia, what I do is I scroll down to the bottom, click on the links. The links is at the bottom with the sources that the body of content that's within the Wikipedia page. If you go to the sources at the bottom of the screen, you can click on them, and then there go your sources that they use to derive that certain Wikipedia article. But that's Wikipedia is lazy research. That's let me just Google something. The first thing pops up is Wikipedia. 9 times out of 10, people click on that and they saying that this is doing research. So she definitely have a good point. And like for anybody, like I said, you could use it. You could use it on certain individuals, but I'm not accepting no Wikipedia articles. Like if I'm in a debate or I'm in any scholastical sparring match, or we going back and forth on a topic and somebody pull up Wikipedia, I'm not allowing it to be used because, like I said, in real collegiate level academia, they don't use no fucking Wikipedia. They won't even allow you to use this shit, bro. So let's get back into this right here, right? Let's get a little back into it. And if you hear the nigga Lex Vortex, you hear him in the back. He's pandering. He's pandering. The naked mole rat looking motherfucker. He's back there pandering. You know what I'm saying? These niggas don't know who they are. A lot of people try to create these different philosophies and these different schools of learning, or try to push some of the scientifical stuff that we see is still pseudoscience. Because a lot of the science that these niggas talk about is just backed by a fucking it's backed by a theory. It's not backed by no actual experiment to see whether or not that the actual, you know what I'm saying, theory that the person is mentioning, to see whether or not it even checks out. Other than that, it's just a compound of information and material what other people said, and the other people never even did the experiment themselves. They just gathered enough material to make to have some literature to back what their theory or what their hypothesis is. So let's get back into a little bit more of this, man. Peace to God. Peace to God. Says hit that like button, man. Share the video out.
Boom.
It's comprehension. That's what it said.
Talk about reading comprehension.
Skills is lacking on sometimes.
They say don't use that page for that.
On my phone, they're all gonna laugh at you. They're all
right, hold on, everybody. Everybody,
Great.
we gotta get order. We got to get order, man.
It's fun.
Only
Hey,
one
so
mic.
we're gonna do this. I'm not good. You know what? I'm not gonna
Huh?
yell. Listen,
Please
I swear to
don't.
God, on
Not
my
me.
mother. My mother's dead. I will beat this down for a year straight. That one article. So I'm gonna tell y'all right now. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people on this motherfucker. I'm gonna pull this up again. I'm not gonna wrestle with these nuts. Now they nuts and they definitely scamming. I tried to tell you something that y'all think I'll be joking. You pull this up right here. See, first of all, you gotta know how to read the Wikipedia article. It actually tells you what the article is about. See, most people don't even read this stuff up in here.
Let them talk.
Right? Okay, so I'm saying when you read this stuff up in here, it actually tells you what this particular article is about. Now, she's trying to say why we shouldn't use Wikipedia, and it says, well, don't use this one for that, not the one you pulled up, Dulcinea. So just say you was wrong. It says this page is about using Wikipedia as a citation in another Wikipedia. Do we got to look up the word in? How about looking up the word another Wikipedia article? So people try to use Wikipedia, right? They try to edit it and then use another Wikipedia article as a source. You can't do it. And this particular paper is about that, Dulcinea. Look, it says this page in a nutshell. Do we got to look up the word nutshell? I think we do. I think we need to look up the word nutshell because you got people like Crazy Lex on here who's scamming and Dulcinea who's his scamming partner. They scamming our intellectual information. Watch this. This page, well, what page would that be? The page we looking at, the page that Dulcinea used. It say this page in a nutshell. Do not, Dulcinea and Crazy Lex, do not use a Wikipedia article as a source for another Wikipedia article. I'm out of here, son. Let us see you got rookies around me. Don't do it. I'm out of here, yo. I don't want to talk no.
This stupid nigga just said that the page he's showing that shows you or gives a person an instruction on how to navigate through the Wikipedia website, right? He's saying that actual page, you can't use that as a so. Is this nigga retarded, man? So you guys just hear that dumb shit he just said? You can't use that one. Well, you can use that. That one is basically to give the reader or the people who want to be viewing the Wikipedia link, is to give them the knowledge that you can't use this in any scholastical or any learning or higher learning or university or institution. You can't use none of them articles because they can go back and change it at any given time. But one of the biggest reasons why you can't use it because it's called lazy research. If you really want to use it, you'll go click on the links, pull out the links in which that basically got the information that you're trying to derive for you to have literature or have material to be able to write literature or whatever you're doing, giving a PowerPoint presentation, or you just trying to educate yourself. But you need to know that first on what the sister checking them on. So let's get back into some more of that. After this, I'm gonna play Ali Muhammad versus Jabari. The shit they had on a couple of days ago. I think AP played a little bit of it. But I'm going to definitely run through a little bit of that because I want to hear Ali Muhammad arguments. I didn't get a chance to hear it. So let's get back into it.
He's out of here because he's about to get smacked down with the smackdown. So let's go ahead and go back. No, hold on. It's my
show. Hey, Sonetta. Hey, Sonetta. Don't let
us over now and actually.
You can't do that, brother.
Because, he just wants to overtalk people. And then he doesn't want to listen.
No, hey, Sonetta, let somebody else talk.
He knows he's about to die. No,
Sonetta, just let somebody else talk, yo. Let
Dulcinea
go. Let her talk, but don't let Lex go after her.
Okay.
Come on, dog.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just go ahead and talk, Dulcinea. You already dead man walking. You good.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so let's go ahead and read more, and then I have another.
You don't gotta read no more.
No,
you got the wrong order.
You all right, bro?
Can't even. And that's not saying that someone is so much younger than him is crazy.
Sister, brother.
Yeah, you gotta sit back and listen. Okay, he's just gonna run.
All right.
If you could share my screen so we can end this, and I have 2 screens to share, but I want to go further down because since you want to act like you're just going from the beginning, let's go further down. He's saying that you only can't cite it when you're using Wikipedia for itself. So let's see what it says here. Biographies of living persons, subjects that happen to be in news, and politically and contingent topics are usually vulnerable to these issues. Edits on Wikipedia that are in error may eventually be fixed. However, because Wikipedia is a volunteer-run project, it cannot constantly monitor every contribution. So let's go ahead and go to this. Since he says Wikipedia, he's arguing that Wikipedia is a good site. Let's see what it says about academic use in Wikipedia. Because Wikipedia has already told you that as well. So what does it say about academic use and Wikipedia? I mean, I can go ahead and read it, but if anybody else wants to go ahead and take a look at it or say that I'm scamming the people by just reading, you guys tell me how I'm doing that. Wikipedia is not a reliable source for academic writing or research. What? Does it say Wikipedia cannot be cited for itself? Wikipedia cannot be used as a citation for itself? No, let me read it again. Wikipedia is not a reliable source for academic writing or research. Wikipedia is increasingly used by people in the academic community, from first-year students to distinguished professors, as an easy, accessible, to source for information about anything and everything, as a quick, ready reference to get a sense of concept or idea. However, citation of Wikipedia in research papers, let's go ahead and read that again, because I think it kept saying citation in Wikipedia as Wikipedia. So let's go ahead and read what it says. However, citation of Wikipedia in research papers may be considered unacceptable because Wikipedia is not a reliable source.
God damn.
Now look, I've been saying that shit for years right there. And like and how she broke it down at the end, that's the same thing why teachers tell you can't use it, because it's an easy resource. It's easy, it's actually an easy way to obtain some information upon something, but that don't mean that the information that you are obtaining is actually correct within its entirety. It could be hearsay. It haven't been researched, or haven't had references. See, because like I told you, a lot of time when you're writing, you have to have at least 3 references to go with that one reference. So you just can't use no one, even though Wikipedia in some cases, when you do go on there, you can find sources, but a lot of them sources on there, people also deem them not reliable and not a credible sources to be stating within any academia research paper, essay, or etc. You know what I'm saying? So then rock a little bit more of this, man. Peace, AP. AP just came on there.
Yeah, man. Peace and blessings, man. Hopefully y'all can hear me loud and clear. I might be on the delay. I'm on this tablet, so bear with me. But hey, now she cooking Unc ass right now, dog. Like, I'm trying to establish and stand on Wikipedia as if it's a scholastic source. It's already proven it's not. You trying to say you can use it as a citation? No, you can't use it as a citation cited reference in no scholastic form. That's what she's trying to prove to this dumb.
And look, and that's what look, man. I'm telling you, anytime you go to a community college, you can't use no motherfucking Wikipedia. Nigga, you can't even use it in community college. So you damn sure can't use it in an actual university. Man, ain't no professor allowed. Ain't no professor going to take nothing, no source with Wikipedia on it, and they going to
Right.
already tell you before you start writing it. Before you even get into Wikipedia would not be tolerated when you first get into the classroom and you look at your syllabus and you look at all of the stuff that you can, what type of word form you have to put it in, what type of font, that type of shit. All of that shit be in the syllabus of the class before you even get it. And they clearly tell you can't use Wikipedia. And I see motherfuckers using Wikipedia all the time. And like I said, sometimes you can use it. You can use it, but if it's on something,
If you're just in a regular conversation, yeah. But if you're going into a scholastic conversation, you can't use it.
mm, you can't use it with me.
You can't even use it. You can't even use in all my conversations are scholastic. So you might as well not even go to Wikipedia when barking up over here with the big
exactly,
dogs.
exactly.
Hey man, we got 152 people. We're gonna keep rocking out, but don't forget, man, tonight, Big Aboriginal Power Channel, man, is going down, man. Sir Drop versus Aboriginal Power, man. The battle rap event tonight, man. Make sure y'all tap in 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Make sure y'all come check it out, man. Come tap in. Shout out to everybody. It's gonna be one of them ones.
Definitely, man. Tap in, support the channel, support AP, support Sir Drop, support the Aborigines, man. So let's get back into it.
A shooter dies at his source again.
Anytime I'm killing him, and he knows it. That's why he's gonna go to his page and run.
I clutch my pearls.
Good night.
All right.
Wait a minute, I'm not staying on. I just wanted to come on and say you did such a wonderful job. I just had to come on and say I'm so proud of you. I want to hear what these. I don't know those. Well, if you need me to stay on, I'll stay on for a minute. It's fun. Hell, why not?
See with my brother Suntan. You got something to say, my brother?
Hell, why not?
I'm just listening. I'm just listening right now, sir.
All right, Joel.
Hey, Suntan.
How you doing?
I always wanted to ask you how you got that name, but I guess
it's one mic. It's one mic, y'all, ladies. It's
Hey,
one.
peace.
Look at
Hey,
myself
interesting
in the mirror.
presentation, Dulcinea.
Peace, thank you.
I had two questions for you, though.
Okay.
I heard you made the statement that scientists, like when scientists that are outside of, you called it like the accepted ideas challenge it, that they get kind of like put out of science. Where did you get that information from? Like, do you have any examples of that?
Yes, but I can't get into too much because I don't want to be telling people of the archaeologists that found different things that I will present in an actual debate. But yeah, there are some archaeologists that have been kicked out because of what they found, and you can see it in like Michael Kramer's work, Cramo's work as well, of him introducing these archaeologists that have been kicked out of the community and exiled because they just found a fossil. But that fossil doesn't match up to what they've taught everybody. So.
Facts.
Okay, and so you're saying that they did the work to present their information and they still got rejected?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right, that's interesting. I've never read that. All right, the next thing was you mentioned that I might not get your words exactly right, but you were saying that like humans came from the water and then they evolved from there.
Well, let me make it clear. I believe all species started off from a common ancestor that is the waters, from the waters. We see as far as the earth being majority water as far, and Science does say that there is a fish, and we see that in ancient cosmology as far as a fish-like or water being. But I don't believe that that's only humans. I believe that the common ancestor is between all species, and it broke off into different species after that.
Okay, all right, that's fair. Okay, so then why do you push back against? Because like so if science says that us and primates come from a common ancestor, why would you push back against that if that common ancestor, right, could have come from the source that you're talking about, from the water, and then it just continued to evolve based on conditions?
Because what they're trying to say is that primates and humans are in the same family, which that's not correct. What happens is primates, humans, flowers, bees, all species in existence came from a common ancestor.
You said they're not in the same family?
They're not in the same family. No, human is its own species, and primates is its own species.
DNA is the common ancestor, man.
Exactly. It's a I can't think of, like, it's the vertebrae, or do you know what I'm talking about, Lex, of that kind of organism that would have been the common ancestor before it broke off into developing into mammals or anything.
Dulcinea, one quick question.
Wait,
hold on, my brother.
My hand, Justice.
Hold on. Let me call on the people. Nobody call. Speak up.
All right, I just wanted to ask those questions. I'm gone. Y'all have a good night.
All right, peace.
All right, good night.
All right, no calling out. Let me call on you. All right, brother Suntan. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, Dulcinea, so do you exclude the out of Africa theory?
As far as when it comes to the out of Africa theory, I say we don't know for sure about if the out of Africa theory is correct. As of recent times and recent studies, we're seeing that there is possibly apologenesis, and as well as I do believe in the theory of Pangea. So when we're talking about Pangea, what never made sense to me is that they said that the Asiatics that were up here went far down of the Bering Strait, but the West Africans that are right there and connected to South America didn't just walk over. That part never makes sense to me.
Dulcinea, have you checked out the debate between Dr. Clark and Mary Lefowitz?
Yes, I do know.
It's online. You can go and check that out.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with it, and they killed that. But mainly they were talking about the work of Athena at that point, and when they were saying that everything came from Greek and all this other stuff, which we know that the Greeks got all their learnings from Kemet, so we know that that's really not true. But what we don't know is, as far as that, is Kemet the original of that, which what we're seeing in other scholars, like if you look at the great Ethiopians of the Ethiopian civilizations, they say that there was a civilization of Kush, Ethiopia, however you want to say it, that Kemet broke away from. So, and they say that Ethiopian society had made its way to the Americas as well as Asia.
Facts.
Yeah,
all right. Yasiraya.
Now, I do not agree with that. I just wanted to kind of go over that. Y'all can check the video out, but I'm about to go into the Ali Muhammad. I just wanted y'all to see, but she goes in about the forbidden archaeology. But if you know about the forbidden archaeology, then you will know about the skull or the human remains that was found in that Illinois cave. Hold up 1 second. In that Illinois cave, right? And they said that go back between 260 million to over 300 million years old. Now, I don't, like I said, the method in which they did it is like, you know, a lot of people, they have contentions with it, but it's still being used to this day. So, you know, if anybody will even make such a claim that's in the field of archaeology and it not be accepted amongst their peers because their peers have an agenda to keep it within the timeline in which science supports. Anything that's outside the timeline, science don't support it, even though you're using the same method which the science taught you to use for you to be able to come out with these measurements and these, you know what I'm saying, these theories, because most of them are theories. You really can't prove it whether or not, you know, it's not absolute within, you know what I'm saying, the confines of whatever we believe, right? It's not absolute. None of this shit is absolute. It's just a lot of stuff is just either a hypothesis or a fucking theory. All of this shit. If you wasn't there, then you are hypothesizing what the literature or the research that you've been able to derive for you to even come up with this perception or come up with this understanding. So let's get into this other joint right here. The AP. You I think AP must have stepped away, but let's get into it.
Over here. She used to be a sweetheart, but the people and the shit that the people would say will turn you into a beast. And I had to tell her, yo, you know, you gotta toughen up a little bit right here. This ain't no joke. You either make it here or you either let them tear you down. And you know, I wasn't gonna let them tear me down. I'm here. I'm here for it all to the end. You know,
Yeah.
the reason why, let me tell you, the reason why I had to go out and get Dr. Ali Muhammad was because most of the Aboriginal people who really follow the teachings of being an Indian, they all backed out. They was afraid to face you. Even Dame Calloway talking about give me
$50,000.
Sit with you, Jabari. Give me 50,000. Give me 25 up front and 25 when it's over. Like, see, you can say things like that because you know that's not going to happen. That's a way of not getting into the ring. You got too much to lose, Dame Calloway. You know?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's what it is.
Yeah.
All of them, we were supposed to meet up with Aboriginal Power. He done backed out. Didn't show up on that day. Saturday, last weekend. You know? So what do you got to say for that? And so we had to go out. Shout out to my man, King Simon. Shout out to you, brother. So we had to go out. I had to go out.
Hey, real talk. I'd have rather seen AP debate Jabari than Ali Muhammad.
And let's be clear, man. This nigga is a lying piece of shit. Everybody, no, you want to tell you what's crazy is? That's why I called Sarnetta, and when he called me, I played it live in front of the people, fam. That's why I play it live in front of the people. We were supposed to meet on Saturday at the African American Museum, downtown Philadelphia.
Yeah.
On Saturday.
Nah, you already mentioned that. You know what I'm saying? All that shit is already understood. It's just the fact that he talking about he had to go get Dr. Ali Muhammad, talking about wouldn't nobody debate him, talking about Dane Calloway.
But listen, this the trickery though. They called me Saturday when we supposed to meet at the African American Museum, and I'm like, yeah, y'all ready? He like, yeah, but can you come to Harlem? Last minute. Come on, man. That ain't no fucking ducking, nigga. I'm not driving to Harlem last minute. We had an agreement, bro.
That's a long
They
haul,
duck.
bro.
Yeah, that's at least about a 4-hour drive.
Yep.
It's 2 hours there and 2 hours back.
Yep, that's a fact. And he uptown, so you got to take the GWB. You know, but
and
yeah,
that motherfucker be slam packed.
Yeah, on a Saturday or Sunday. Well, not Sunday. Sunday not so bad, but Saturday, anything in New York.
Yeah, it was gonna be on a Saturday, and it was like around 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. We were supposed to like, come on, bro. I can't get that, bro. It's over with.
Yeah,
you should have called me 2 days ago, nigga.
Hell yeah, coming from
That's little sneaky, slimy weasel shit. Nigga, how you gonna say I duck when you didn't even meet at the original spot, my nigga?
yeah. He ain't had no attention. I mean, he
Cause
probably
he
did,
knew if
but
he showed up, I was gonna smoke his ass, showing all these artifacts and showing how these motherfuckers go back, and they mislabeling it African American. That's why it's called the African American Museum. It should be just called the American Museum of Negro Artifacts. See, that's what they don't understand, man. Then we gotta break down who these people is. See, Jabari is already. I would have smoked Jabari. It would have been so entertaining. I would have took him out the deep waters and drowned him. Which Ali Muhammad is gonna do the same. I feel like so. But yeah, these ain't nobody ducking for no weasel dude like this. I'm not.
yeah,
I'm the most nigga in the community probably known for not ducking than anybody. Even they own Pan African scholars go on record saying, "Well, listen, Al Power don't duck fade." Everybody don't duck no fucking fade. Are you stupid? If you believe that, you's a damn fool.
that's a fact. You know what I'm saying? And that goes to show like how, you know what I'm saying, he just wanted that because of the money. See, Sarnetta looking for money. That's why he want to get Dane Calloway, because you know Dane Calloway got a lot of subscribers, but Dane Calloway don't debate. He don't debate. I've never seen Dane debate. That and he ain't gonna accept it. And he know goddamn well them niggas ain't gonna pay him no $50,000 to show up. You know what I'm saying? But that's a whole nother story. But yeah, man. At the end of the day, ain't no Aboriginals ducking. AP had them, and you see how that shit happened. You know what I'm saying? They couldn't reschedule it or nothing. This nigga had to go on. He had to go to his channel and do like all these niggas do on social media. Well, let's get back into it though, man.
Side of the Aboriginal crew and bringing Brother Ali Muhammad to fight for y'all. He's coming in to fight for y'all. Fight your battles. Go ahead, brother.
It's crazy. It really is. The reality is that when you listen to him, the one thing that he is saying that is correct is that he was saying some of this ridiculousness before they were. That is true. He was saying some of this ridiculousness before they were. Now, he has been on the House of Consciousness with you, Sarnetta, longer than that.
And might I add, and Jabari is a clown, man. He's a clown, bro. I do not take him serious when it comes to any of this information. He's just someone who read a bunch of shit pertaining to Kemet or pertaining to Egypt and certain parts of Africa. And instead of these people read shit and they automatically assume that what they reading is true. And they ain't the person who then went out there and really did the real field work for them to be able to write their own articles. They taking a collaboration of other scholars or other people who wrote about this who wasn't writing either about what they were saying. Only thing they was right, only when Dr. Ben, when he couldn't decipher the metadata. But one thing he was right about was that whoever was there, these is Negroes, these is black people. I concur with that. Now all of the other shit, nah, I heard it before, heard it, nah, I don't agree with that. But this nigga Jabari's a clown, and you're gonna see you're gonna see as he always make a clown of himself, and he's not even really worthy of debating this topic because he who the fuck is he known for debating? He debated Top Cat, he lost that debate. Who else he debated? Did he debate Rob Bourne? I don't know. I don't know who else he debated to where he's such a great debater, or he's on a Mount Everest of people who out there debating. I don't. He just has a good way of manipulating the conversation with foolery. That's what he's doing now. Like Ali Muhammad was the first. Moore's been saying this about Aboriginal. It's just like niggas deemed us the Aboriginal community. Nobody never put a stamp on that and said we the Aboriginal community. They deemed us as that. And within that, they deem everybody else. And see, certain people try to say, oh, well, I'm not in the Aboriginal. Yes, you are. The black Indian. So when we looking for proof that Americans is in America or Negroes already here or any of this history on America, who the fuck do they go to? Who do they go to? Okay, you got Cormeo out there, but okay. Who do they go to for the information? And even looking for any people who call themselves Black Indians or American Indians or any of stuff, because people try to separate themselves. Oh, I'm an American Indian. I'm not in the Aboriginal community. That's cool. That's cool. Like I said, at the end of the day, they only reference us because a lot of us from over here didn't put a lot of work in when it comes to this information. That's why they reference us. And it surpassed what Ali Muhammad then did. Surpassed that. I got my information from Moors who was talking about, look, Hakeem Bey was talking all this shit. He might have not been Ali Muhammad. Is probably a little sharper with his presentation, but Hakeem Bey was talking about all this shit. I first heard it from him. And that what led me to do my research on Americas. And not just him, it was other people who enforced the fact of what he was saying. For me to have the, you know what I'm saying, for me to feel like, oh, I'm not going to research this shit and it's going to be a nothing burger, or it's going to end up, you know what I'm saying, it's going to end up with the information that I'm not looking for to prove that we was already here. But sure enough, it's like, anywhere you turn, oh shit, niggas in America, oh shit, skeletons go. It is what it is, man. We just surpassed a lot of these dudes who they think are our teachers. Did I listen to any of the Ali Muhammad information? Yes. But I've been had the Boma Park murals. I've been had the Mendoza Codex. I've been showing that. I've been had all of that shit. But he said he'd been doing it. But I never knew that he'd done it until later on. When he was really on the House of Consciousness, he really wasn't showing that at first. He started showing that at the rear end when everybody else started talking about it. When he heard Moors and heard a lot of other people start talking about it. But initially, he didn't come through. He didn't come through with showing them Boma Park murals or debating any of them niggas about was we here already? Because that if he knew about it, then that should have been a debate that he would have been had with one of them a long time ago. You still there, AP? I don't know if he did. All right. But you understand what I'm saying? If he been talking this shit for a long time, why haven't this shit came up years ago? Why haven't it came? Think about that. Why haven't it came? Because he probably really wasn't even sure himself that we was the Atanchans of this land. And thanks to people like me, AP, a lot of other brothers and sisters who didn't put the information of showing you that Negroes is here. Not just genealogy research. I don't really do genealogy videos or whatever, because that's people private shit. But do I know about genealogy? Yes, I do. But I try, my thing is to prove that it was already Negroes here to make the conversation more stronger. You know what I'm saying? Hold up, Chief. I know Chief listening. And definitely peace to everybody in the chat room though. But definitely that's the whole thing. It's not like it's kind of hard. Like, okay, if I'm saying if I'm showing you my paperwork, I'm showing you shit, and I'm showing you, yeah, I'm Indian. But how do I prove that to 40 million people? I'm not trying to prove it to 40 million people, but we're trying to collect enough information to be able to say, well, our people was already here. We ain't no freedmen mixed with no Cherokees, or we wasn't no slaves or no How foolish is that? The Cherokees was Negroes. They had white slaves. They didn't reverse this whole thing and got you thinking that and if you got people acquiescing to that. Oh, my people was freedmen. We was enslaved by the Chickasaw. Nah, it happened. It happened somewhat in certain circumstances, but it wasn't a large group of people like they saying it. But let's get back into it, Chief. I'm gonna drop you the link right now. Give me a sec.
So one of the things I'm going to do tonight is I'm going to say, what the heck happened to Ali Muhammad? happened to Ali Muhammad? Because I'm not saying that everything he said before I agreed with, but he certainly has. He took a left and went off a cliff. He took a left and went right off the cliff. And I'm going to not do a lot tonight because clearly we have a debate, but in 2 weeks, really. So what we're going to do, hold tight, brother. What we're going to do is.
And keep that in mind too, like I just said. Because when you have conversations with people, people will be like, yeah, I've been new about this. Yeah, I was talking. I don't really know you for. I know Ali Muhammad for talking about the shit when I already knew about it. When Moores was talking about it. He ain't come out the gate talking about no Aboriginal information on Sinetta. I've never. He started to do it later on. But initially, nah, he was arguing African talking points with them niggas. That's what a lot of the debates was about. It wasn't about was we here or was Aboriginal. If that's a conversation that was being had, somebody been would have snatched that debate years ago. That debate never came up because wasn't nobody talking about that shit to the extreme how we talking about it. Now all the confidence of everybody coming out. Everybody with all the confidence. Oh yeah, I've been new. Because the history that we teaching only enforces the genealogy. It only enforces that. It only enforces that. So that's like one hand, like we there has to be a collaborative effort of all types of different research that's coming in to substantiate or to solidify our existence in America as the Autochthons. Okay. And then, like I was saying, last night, right? Like, so even when you get into that, when you pull up America, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna pull up in a minute, man. Peace. Shout out to Chief Holiday. What's up, brother? Yo, see, he probably got his mic muted, but I'm gonna play the video. Hold up.
Hi, peace, brother. Peace, guys. Hey, peace.
Yo.
Y'all coming early, huh?
What you got going on, Chief?
Shit, man. It's early for me out here, man. Just getting it together, a little cleaning up. Yeah, How everybody doing today, man? Yeah. I see they busy over there.
Back up to their old tricks, man. But see, that's what I'm saying. Like, Ali Muhammad, he should definitely come to holler at us. Definitely, because we didn't surpass any of his research that he's doing. I'm not saying he don't have shit. He got some research. Don't get it fucked up. I'm not telling you he don't. But he ain't know nothing about the pyramids until he heard me mention that shit to Garfield while he was on while he was on Sinetta channel. He didn't know the pyramids in America was older than the pyramids in Africa. That's a dagger to that. That's a dagger right there.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
When did he join the Aboriginal community, the movement? Because I know everybody always. This goes back to everybody that wants to be the originator of this movement. And for me, I want to have something to say every time. I ain't gonna go back and forth with you motherfuckers. I'm not about to do none of that. Okay? I ain't that guy. I'm not about to go back and forth with that. We do this all the time. People don't even be in the community or contributing to this community. They've taken things for themselves. So, Ali, do your thing, bro. Why do you keep talking? Because I know for a fact I heard you talking to AP one time. Shout out to AP. AP asked you some questions. You didn't even know basic shit. So what is you talking about? It's just like Kansu talking about he been using the word Aboriginal for a long time. It don't matter. You niggas was using it wrong. You niggas wasn't doing this. And if these three gentlemen on this panel right here don't be mentioned anytime when we talking about Aboriginal or anything, there's a goddamn problem. Real talk. That's real conversation. Because last time I checked, they only cherry pick motherfuckers that they feel is weak. Let's keep it real. Can we keep it real?
That's a fact.
Let's keep it real. Can we keep it real?
That's a fact.
We're not gonna do that, Ali. Come on, fam. Don't do that. Stop, because it's too disrespectful. It keeps being disrespectful when you talking. Because not a lot of us. These three niggas on this panel right here put in a lot of motherfucking pressure, a lot of work. A lot of people is riding this motherfucking wave. Let's keep that real, man. Now I don't want to go back and forth and be arguing about, nah, man, do your thing, bro. But you're gonna have to stop being disrespectful, Ali. That's just what it is, fam. Cause we all you niggas teachers. I'm gonna say this again. All you niggas teachers. And when it comes to the top of this food chain, yeah, I know, man, it's the GOAT, man. We ain't gonna even play that game. So when I be hearing this, bro, it's like, and then they're doing it on purpose. They gassing this nigga up on purpose. You know what I'm saying? Ali, fall back from that, because you was a part of this community. You would have these type of communication with us. You wouldn't be having these conversations. So we talking about this movement. It was motherfuckers pushing this motherfucker up the hill. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, these silent interactions. But see, niggas think these silent interactions between us and them is new. We was doing this shit back in around 2017. You know what I'm saying? I know I was. 16, 17, going on there edifying these niggas with this information. While you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't really hear, you know, Ali Muhammad, I don't know, he even separated himself at that time from the House of Consciousness, though. But when he came back, then he started talking a lot of the Aboriginal shit. But anywho, let's get it back into the video, man. Peace to everybody in the chat room, man. Peace to the gods, peace to the goddesses.
Yeah, man, shout out to you haters too out there. Appreciate y'all too. Ain't nobody told you we do.
Because I'm going to try to very carefully explain how some of what you're going to hear from him is problematic. Now, one of the things I'm going to say, Sonnetter, is Ali Muhammad is able to say the most ridiculous things with the most possible confidence.
Mm.
He says it so confidently that he will, if you're not ready for it, he will have you say it. Wait, did I miss something? Wait, what? He will say,
you better be careful. Ali is listening.
I hope he is.
Careful.
I hope he is. I hope he is. So, you know, that. So what I want you to do, what I'm hoping you will do, family, is you will look at him and ask the right questions.
Mm.
Because one of the things that he does is when he give you is all of the information that you need. And so that is what you're going to be doing. Okay. So
Domo, are you in the building, brother Domo? Go ahead, brother.
Let's go ahead and let's get it in tonight. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's get it in tonight. Once again, this is another vetting of the Aboriginal idea, the Aboriginal concept, the things that they have been saying that I am arguing to you make no sense, that you must listen carefully to. So that is what you will be hearing tonight. That's what you're going to be hearing tonight. I prepared a few slides. And one of the things that we're going to do is we are going to listen to one of his videos. It's going to be a few minutes, probably about 4 minutes of the video. We're going to listen to it, and I'm going to ask you, how do you break it down? is what he's saying supported by the evidence, the data, and by a securely tethered argument? That's what we're going to listen to. That's what we're going to listen to. You're going to hear him say a lot of things that if you are just looking at the way he says it, you're going to believe it. But you have to listen carefully. Okay, let's move. By the way, I was talking, so I didn't answer. Someone asked if I had done my genealogy. I've done the genealogy on one of the legs of my ancestors. But I'm still trying to do more work on the others. Just that's a quick answer. I'm not going into it extensively here, but hopefully you will. You'll get that. Okay. Okay. So let's look at this. Come on, where are you at? Uh-oh. My computer has been acting strange all day. Now I'm waiting for it to respond so it can come up again. And I think the first thing we have to do is we are going to have to begin. Come on. We're going to have to wait for my PowerPoint to come back up. For some reason, it's spinning. What we're going to do is we're going to literally listen to him. We're going to listen to him because I don't want him to say that I'm putting words in his mouth. You're going to hear his argument and you're going to see us dismantle it. That's what you're going to do. You're going to hear the argument and we're going to dismantle it so that you are able to understand how to understand these debates, how to unravel these arguments. What are the sources that you need? Are they reading the sources? Is what they're saying supported by their own sources? That's the other thing that's bizarre. Very often, it's not supported by their own sources. So without further ado, this is another edition of Exposing the Fallacies, the African-American Aborigine Movement. And this is the Ali Muhammad edition. Take a look. Come on, advance.
Listen, if you want to wait till like 10 minutes in
to Ali Muhammad.
You can skip it up a little bit where Ali Muhammad come in too. He come in at a later date. In between, I think you got P and F and shit.
Do you see he's sitting here on Black News 102, and he's wearing a hat that says Negus, which is one of the names used by the kings in ancient Ethiopia, with an Africa behind it.
I want to look. See, this is a straw man's argument. This is a fallacious conversation right here that he's trying to propose. Just because the nigga got a hat with Negus on it, it has some connection to Africa. See, these niggas take everything from us. Everything we created, it automatically get distributed among all of these primitive civilizations in Africa. Always. It never fucking fails. Everything we create here by default, because they got this propaganda campaign that been going on since the 1960s that we are African. And this is how they do it. Everything. I want to hear is all right. Well, let's listen to this goofy shit, and then I'm gonna skip it up to the part with Ali Muhammad playing. I want to hear this goofy shit though, real quick, just so you'll know. Like, this is one of his tactics right here. This ain't got nothing to do with the research. This is, never mind what the fuck he got on. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck do this got to do with the research?
What happened to him from this point to now? And I see Lady Spade is saying slander. There's no slander here. I'm asking you. I'm only going to be talking about his arguments, and I'm not going to insult him. Why would I insult him personally? I have no personal problem with Ali Muhammad. No personal problem with Ali Muhammad. Talking about the hat he's wearing is not slander. The hat he's wearing has Africa on it. It is particularly germane to our topic. Particularly. So if you think that's slander, I would love for you to explain, Lady Spade, how this is slander. If you say that Africa is not our home, and I find you wearing an African hat, a hat with Africa on it, I should be able to ask, what gives, dude? What gives? You have to really, really understand that. And I see people grow and update their information. But I am arguing, as you listen, you're going to hear me argue that he has not grown and updated his information. He took a left and went off a cliff. You're going to see that as we continue tonight. You're going to see that as we continue tonight. So if you think that he has grown and updated his information, I want you to look very carefully and see if what he is saying is supported by the information. That's what I want you to do. I want you to look at what he's saying and say, is he supporting what he is arguing with information? Okay, are you able to see me? Okay, there it is. It looks like we blinked for a second. Okay, let's continue. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to listen. We're going to listen to about three.
And mind you, A1, before you get into it, this video is almost like 6-7 years ago. By the way, I just want to keep that in, perspective when we moving on with this conversation. You went and found almost an 8-year-old video of Dr. Ali Muhammad.
Told you. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, look, even Dr. Ali Muhammad was probably still confused with whether or not he should go on a record that we was already here. That's a bold statement. You have to have the resources to substantiate that among people who not privy to hearing that or haven't heard that before. That's a bold statement, nigga. Me saying I'm a Tonsinist one, I'm an Tonsin, nigga, that's a bold statement. Saying I'm an Aboriginal is a bold statement. That's a bold statement. To say that you are Aboriginal to a land, nigga, that means that you emphatically recognize your original inhabitants on this soil, no matter what tribe or name or nation that he even goes by. That's a whole nother conversation once you get into that. So it's like, whether or not he was wearing that, you know what I'm saying? Like, look, man, it took a lot for people to be convinced that we was already here. And it just don't come from no genealogy. It come from it come from literature research. It come from, you seeing the artwork, the images. It's a whole line. It's a whole list of shit that goes along with trying to understand this. It's not just one thing that just saying you're Indian, because once you say you're Indian, you still gotta identify, well, what an Indian look like? What is the characteristics of the Indians that you descend from? And that's when it shit start getting tricky. Like, even if you making this claim, and if you already able to prove it, and you got the right to self-identify, I get that. But proving it and making these claims, man, it's a shitload of information that you have to need. That's going to be able to piggyback off each other to come up with an argument. You coming up with an argument like you a fucking detective or an investigator. Because none of this information is you can't read nothing that's going to tell you our history in America. Like that. You have to have other resources and critical thinking to say, well, damn, you know what? Over here, this guy saying it was Negroes here, but guess what? Among the tribes that I see, the southeast tribes, and from south to west eastern tribes, right? And then from western to northern eastern tribes, right? So it's like you have to have information to basically, to prove that it was already black people here. That's the first argument that you have to make to substantiate it was already Negroes here. That's going to be the base of the argument. The base of the argument ain't going to be none of this other shit. It's going to be, was it Negroes in America? And then you could connect yourself to them from doing the research that's going to connect that. But it ain't just gonna be the home. And we see the images. We got the information of all these scholars, all these people in the 1800s, 1900s saying this shit of what the people look like here. That's the most important thing, is the identity. But let's get back to the video, man. Peace of guys, peace of guys. Hit that like button, man. Share the video out, man. Peace of guys.
Of his video. This is a video that he put forward. You're going to see him share his ideas, and we are going to one by one dismantle those arguments. That's what we're going to do. We're going to listen to what he said. We're going to dismantle it. Okay? That's what we're going to do. Take a listen. And Sonetta, I hope you're here. I want to make sure that they're able to hear the video. In fact, you know what? I think I should, when I share.
I'm right here, Jabari. I'm just eating my dinner while you.
Am I frozen?
Going in.
I'm frozen.
You heard me? Jabari, you don't hear me? Go out and come back in. Let me kick him out, and he can come back in. Yeah, that's all I'm doing. I'm just eating me some nice turkey wings and eating my dinner before he come in. You know, eating some nice little turkey wings. You know, turkey wings and some nice rice with some nice corn with it. So
I'm going to try not to do anything crazy. I'm going to try to just keep it easy so that my machine does not freak out. Because really, it is hot. You know, it's hot in almost the whole country.
The most ancient ones are here in the West. This is what I'm saying. Past. But what I am telling you is the out of Africa theory is fraudulent. All right. Africa became what's called a genetic bottleneck. You know what a genetic bottleneck is? Just imagine this. We had a big catastrophe in the West Coast, earthquake, destroyed all the civilization, and then we all migrated south and went, let's say, to Trinidad and Tobago, Colombia, Guyana, and we restarted civilization from there, but we were originally from here. But some stuff got messed up. Over years and years after that, people might think that we're from Guyana because we moved. But then they start discovering older stuff in those other places are more advanced. They'll be like, oh, okay. So what I'm saying is the markers of civilization, the most ancient ones are here in the West. This is what I'm saying. And all of us did not get to North America as a result of a slave trade. Some of our ancestry did, but that is not the predominant part of it. And it's a whole missing link that does not discuss the Black indigenous history, our people being here before not only Europeans, but before the common people who are called Native Americans. Because they are not the descendants of the people who made this calendar that I'm talking about. That's the oldest in the Western Hemisphere. They are not the descendants. The oldest genetics on the earth was found in the Western Hemisphere. And in my home state, South Carolina. And the genetic haplogroup that was present did not match the A haplogroups in Africa perfectly. It had markers on it that were not present on the ones in Africa. So when you think about your most recent common ancestor, and when you look at the genetic studies that talk about this, those most recent common ancestors between that A group here and the A groups in Africa go back 17,000 years to their most recent common ancestor. Some geneticists put it at 70,000 years. So had those genes been interacting in Africa, we would see that AOO haplogroup and all of the chains that were present there. We didn't see that, and you can go study those particular studies. My point is, the most genetics was found here. The largest amount of pyramids on the planet are in North America.
Can't hear you.
Now he said the largest. He ain't say, and I'm not saying the oldest, because I've seen people make reference to older pyramids that's on the Pacific side of the Pacific Ocean or whatever. But as far as the comparison between which pyramids are they older in America or older in Africa? We already improved that. That's already what's understood. Don't need to be explained. What's understood don't need to be fucking explained. And like I said, that's one of the arguments that has to be said, because now you're going to have to give me an identity, or at least I want to hear their perspective on who's the identity of people who built these pyramids in North America, Central and South America, right? And also off the coast of the Americas, as we find one in off the coast of Cuba, off the coast of Florida, submerged underwater, right? So you're gonna have to tell me who built these. What ethnicity or race of people do you think was able to have or able to be more technical savvy than the great Kemetic Egyptians, as we've been hearing for the longest? So these Mongoloids was more advanced than the great Kemetic sciences that you keep on pushing on our people? Or was these Negroes who built this and then went over there and built that shit too? And before we built that, we stopped along, we spread it, we hit the Pillars of Hercules, boom. Then we spread it what we would say north of the Pillars of Hercules and south of the Pillars of Hercules into Barbary, or what we call North Africa, and all among the coast of all that through the Mediterranean, through Italy, Sicily. All that science come from the Americas, man. And been saying this shit for years. Been saying it for years. Been saying, making these outrageous claims for years. So when it gets to even that, these people, they don't have nothing. It's nothing over there. No conversation is going to get me to think that I'm a Pan-African or want me to be a Pan-African. Nothing. No conversation. We have everything here. Everything we need, we have here. Everything. And everything that the rest of the world need, it's here as well. That's why you see the influx of different people. But let's get back into the build, though, man. Peace to the guys, man.
I think Sonetta probably muted me because it was echoing. So what I want to do. Say again, Sa?
I said that is correct.
Yeah, I figured that's what it was. So let's go through some of what you heard, because it sounds really good, and he looks so confident. Play it straight from here. Hopefully, you'll be able to hear it. Tell me if you're able to hear it when I start it, okay, Sonetta?
All right.
Actually, I could probably play it. Let's see if you're able to hear it before I do anything else. Play.
And awesome. Look at that.
Can you hear that?
Yes, I can hear it.
Okay, good.
Really cool.
I'm gonna fast forward a little bit.
How are you? ¿Cómo están? Bien. Okay. So we got different, it's like a melting pot of different shades of color people, but everybody here is to celebrate their heritage. All right. Ooh. Nice. Hello, how are you? ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás? Or English. ¿Cómo estás?
This is still, my whole video is messed up. Let's do this. I'm going to play it straight from YouTube. Give me a second. Let's play it straight from YouTube. And as we play it, you'll be able to see the subtitles. It is important that you're able to read what they're saying. That's why I want you to see the subtitles. Give me 1 second. Okay, here we go. Come on. Okay. Now we're going to unmute this.
Doing some form of celebration, so we'll check it out.
Now I don't know where they at, right? But look, hold up. Let's go right there. Now you see this lady right here? That's an American Aborigine right there. But these niggas would think she was a descendant of an African slave. Do we got proof already in Central America? Is that already solidified that the presence of not Africans, melanated people residing there alone? We have multiple accounts, we have research, we have images, we have pictures, we have artifacts, we have everything to show that it was already Negroes in Central America. And then as you spread out, definitely through Ecuador, because we got Carlos Chavez Marquez, who said from Bolivia to Ecuador to Mexico. Once again, America was a Negro continent. That's the conversation, and this is American Aborigine right here, amongst all these mestizos that you see. See, these people bleach out. These people will keep on, they will come out pale, then they will marry someone pale, then it would go on and on and on, and then before you know it, you won't see none of the Aborigines. So these is like the Blanco Mento. This is what they doing. This is what they've been doing in a lot of them Hispanic countries that's in South America. And not just South America, also look at certain parts of Cuba. But you can go in Cuba and see a massive amount of Negroes. The same thing with Puerto Rico. You can see massive amount of Negroes in Puerto Rico. The same shit in DR. Even though a lot of the people in DR, you know, they are mixed with the mestizo blend or whatever, but a lot, you can still go in there and see a lot of Negroes in there who look just like you and me. And all through the Caribbeans and all through all of these countries. And Brazil, we already know about Brazil, right? We already know about Belize. We already know about all of them other countries or whatever the fuck you want to call them within Central South America, and as well as the islands too. These people are not African. These people were already here. If we got evidence that we got Lucia bones that go back 12,000 years ago. So you think it wasn't no Negroes there from 12,000 years when her bones was whenever she existed all the way until now? These people had to be African. No, they created that fucking story. They created that fucking story. And like I said, it only gets more hideous or more like, you know what I'm saying, eerie when you realize that they created this story. So let's get back into it, man.
What's up, boy? All right, how are you? ¿Cómo estás? Bien. Okay. So we got different. It's like a melting pot of different shades of color of people, but everybody here is to celebrate their heritage. All right. Ooh. My opinion. How are you?
Because I got you on mute because
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play the original video because the video here actually is cutting off the subtitles, and I don't think we're able to understand all.
No, I see the subtitles, bro.
So
we see the subtitles at the bottom.
Hola. Okay. All right. Nice to meet you. Hello. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Hola. What are you doing? How you doing? What's going on? Hey, listen. Is this your first time here? Yeah, I've been here for a few days. Yeah. Okay. Are you guys Seminole? Nice to meet you. How do your face? This is your first time here?
This is my first time as an adult. I used to come as a kid.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, my mom, they're descendants of the Vasquez family. You'll see a lot of that around here.
I will have to have an interview with you.
Yeah, you have to meet my cousin. She's our family genealogist.
Oh, really? Okay. She speaks English?
She speaks English.
Perfect. So what are they doing now?
Right now they're having the comida, which where you eat. They already had the parade. Then later tonight there's a dance.
I'm here for it.
So okay, I have a question for you.
Right.
You've been to Veracruz, you've been to Oaxaca, you've been to Guerrero. I've been to
Bali, drag it up to the lady.
Last thing, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
You pulled up an ignorant Mexican talking about she got Afro roots with no ships, no genealogy, no documentation, no last names, no lineage. Goddamn, just like you did that, I can go pull up a black man over here and say he's Chinese and just believe me because I put it on YouTube. What kind of scholarship is this? What is this, bro? Are you kidding me? Now, let me rewind. Jabari is full of rhetoric. So let me go to the first point. The name of the debate is, are Black Americans Aboriginal Americans or Africans? That's the debate. We are asking the question about our own past. And not only that, we're asking a question about the past of Africa. So here's what I got to say about the past of Africa. Oh, great African civilizations. Do you know that it is a fact, according to Jabari's own paradigm, that pale, hairy people are the first Africans before dark-skinned people?
Uh-oh.
Do you know that?
Uh-oh.
Do you know that, bruh? Now, I'm going to jump off of that because I'm going to stick to the American stuff.
Hey, bro.
There you go right there.
Hey.
I mean.
Hey, Hanu.
Yeah.
Jabari is out of there, bro. He's not going to debate this man, bro. He's going to figure out a way how to not debate, man. There's no way. Why would you get into the ring? Bro, hey, listen, man. It's about to be a wash. It's about to be a slaughter. He never addressed when he said about the largest pyramids in North America. He never addressed that.
And he won't. He's not going to address it. And see, the thing is, look, Ali Muhammad talking that genealogy shit too. So, you know, these are some questions that was asked or whatever, and he's talking that genealogy too. So I'm gonna love to see if he can connect the Chi people, which AP going to add some content to that, connecting the Chi people to, you know, to the northern and southern tribes or nations that like the Yamasi, right? Which I have descendants of Yamasi, Aniyawiya, as well as Timaconco. Most of my family was in the Florida region. My mother family, they was from like the Virginia, North Carolina, and all the way into Alabama region. So it's like, you know, as I spread out, my family is within them confounds of them areas right there. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I want to definitely hear, because he talking genealogy, so I want to hear if he can connect them people. You know what I'm saying? To connect the Olmecs, which we already know. Like, I already know that you could connect them, but like through genealogy or tracing down, or even tracing the tribes. AP. Yo.
Hey, Hanu, real fast too about that, man. We were talking about the Carusa and even the Olmec or the She culture and all that type of stuff or whatever. We know that those are still terms that was created by these people. So the point is that this culture was from the top of America, North America, all the way down to the bottom. This was all the same culture of the same people. This is documented. We have too much evidence. It's called evidence. Now, my only problem I have, like I said before, when people who are coming into this information will still have the old information attached to their new information, and it kind of contradicts itself. That's all. You got to be careful when you're reading these books and not researching the researchers, man, because it really can get real confusing, because now you start talking about eugenics and genetics, and all these things are attached to each other. So you have to be careful. It's a simple fix when we talk about science. Here are the fucking bones right there. Measure the bones. Don't start talking about genetics of people from 15,000 years ago. That's stupid. You know what I'm saying? And it goes along with their whole situation. So once again, that would be my only thing that I push back on, as far as Ali. Stay away from the genetics. Anybody that be talking genetics, because they mix genetics and genealogy together, because that's the CIA play. Now, the tactics that Jabari is doing is COINTELPRO tactics. I don't understand why there shouldn't be way more people on the other side over there yelling, because they should be privy to the CIA tactics and the COINTELPRO practice. Now, he said he's not paid by the CIA or the FBI. That could be true, but your checks are written by George Soros and Open Society, which took the contract in 1991. Okay? With the CIA. Also, Cornell University is funded. Dr. John Henry Clark's library is funded openly by the CIA because they got caught. So if Jabari doesn't know this, he don't want to know this. Okay? So any information that Jabari, that's how I would start the goddamn debate. Any information that Jabari pulls out is going to come from this paradigm, from these people, and he is a paid CIA informant. Period. I don't care what y'all say, or operative or whatever the fuck y'all got to talk about. So I don't know why that's not talked about more, because that's everything in a nutshell. He's literally coming from Africana Studies 101, and it is absolutely funded by the CIA. They have to address this. You got to stop going away from this. And I think it's stupid to argue with people who are giving us information. He never addressed the perfect information that when Ali said that the largest pyramids were in North America.
He's going to run away from that.
No, it's right over here in Timbuktu or blah blah blah. He never said that.
He's going to run away from that though. But listen, let's see what else points to Ali Muhammad bring up. Shout out to Truth in the building.
What's up, man? What's going on, man? What's up, Chief? AP, A1.
You already know, man. Back in action.
Yeah, Jabbar was a little bitch, bro.
He is a bitch, and he has a weak argument when he argued any of his fucking debates or any of his talking points.
He do a lot of word jogging and ramble with it so long that you start forgetting about what was he really even fucking talking about. That's what he like to do, bro. He like to redirect. Just like he brought up the Aztec calendar. Well, we know that came from the Mayan calendar. We know that came from the Olmec calendar. We know that came from a precursor civilization of the Olmecs, the Makoyas. And a lot of people don't even talk about the Makoyas. So that nigga is fucking P brain. But y'all gotta remember though, you know, the Carnegie and shit funded the Africana studies at Cornell, which he always liked to brag on. And we know who funded the Carnegie Foundation.
That's a fact. That's what I'm saying. And it's all the same players. All the same players. All of them are all the same players, even all the way through the Rothschilds. And we was talking about the what the fuck is the name of the group? The Barclays. Look, the Barclays. All them niggas is connected to Rome.
Mm-hmm.
All of them.
I don't know if you like this interview right here, right? He kept wanting to talk to Lady Spade, and the nigga was so much in his feelings that he was even trying to check niggas that was actually on his side. Mm-hmm. And you could tell like when he like reread they message, like, bro, they on your side. You so much of a bitch in your feelings that you think they attacking you. They trying to help you. But me and Wolf was in the chat typing some real shit, bro. He was ignoring our shit because when they kept talking about, I'm like, why you ain't talking about the Louisiana Topper site? That's older than all that shit.
He don't know about that.
Yeah. And that be the thing. Like, you know, the thing that I notice a lot, bro, is that them is like what you just said. You could tell the way they talk and the shit they pull up. They ain't well versed in this information, bro. They mind has been solely butt fucked on Africa, my nigga. You feel me? And that's all that they know. So when we start bringing up this shit, they want to start bringing up other shit. But the thing that killed me though is that Sarnetta, he be remembering niggas, right? That been on there, right? He won't let us in, but then he let all the weirdos and the crazies up. And to make us look bad, bro. And you know, at the end of the day, you know, on all sides there are people in the information that I see just pseudo as fuck. And they got a habit of bringing just respectfully the fucking weirdos on that you just be shaking your fucking head like, why the fuck you let this nigga on? You see us in the back, bro. I even tell them like, bro, we did a build on your show. You know who I am. Let me up. Oh, okay. You remember every time a nigga tried to challenge us, nigga, I was on that ass, nigga. You don't want that. And Jabari is a fucking peon. I ain't even gonna lie. I think Ali Muhammad will have a better debate against fucking Rob Bourne.
Mm-hmm. That's a fact.
Respectfully.
Yeah. I'm gonna play some more of this. Because we're gonna have a lot to talk about. So shit. I think they just starting on this one. So let's get back into it.
He said, I can't prove these ancient dates.
So let me respond.
No. I can't prove these ancient dates.
Last time when I
ancient dates only can be proven.
Hold on, Jabari. Let him finish.
Wait.
These ancient
When it was
dates
his show, and he was I stopped. Now it's my show. He has to
Jabari, he only spoke for a couple of minutes. Just give him a couple of minutes. This is your show, Jabari.
Yeah, he's
no fear, Jabari. For you to Mayweather, bro.
Go ahead.
He's afraid. He's afraid right now. He's shaking in his African boots. So, not only can I prove these dates, I will bet you $5,000 or all of the money of my lecture that I can prove them. Right here before the whole audience.
Nah, don't do it now. Save it for the debate, brother.
No. I got so much stuff in this debate. This is not a debate. This is a lecture by Ali. So, I'm putting that before the people. If Jabari can disprove,
talk that shit, Ali.
So now,
ain't a goddamn debate.
STARTED in the Americas, not in Africa.
Oh man!
Not only did it start in America, not only did it start in America, not in Africa. This is what you need to get on the scholastic tip for those in the chat. Africa is a post-American civilization that we should label, will label, and do label a bottleneck. What is a bottleneck? A bottleneck is when something happens geologically on the earth and people make migrations to a certain place. Where was the place we migrated from America to? Africa. Did all of us go? No. Did some of us go? Yes. How do we know that we went from America to Africa? Because we wrote it down.
Uh-oh.
We wrote
I
it down.
told you, Jabari, you got to be careful with this dude.
Okay.
No, I'm not
Now
finished.
I'm going to
No,
respond.
I'm not finished. I'm not finished.
One more minute, Ali. One more minute, Ali.
Man,
One
that
more
man
minute.
is not gonna take this debate, y'all. I'm telling y'all,
Because
he's
he's
backing out.
Jabari. Jabari, one more minute.
Wait. Point of order. Just like when, hold on, Ali, just like when it was his show.
Give me
You
my
made me
minute.
stop when he.
All right, hey, Jabari, just one more minute, Jabari. That's it.
I hear you. This is not what you did to me.
Just 1 minute, Jabari. In this first show, you're gonna go in. You got it.
This is not what you did to me.
He is afraid.
Oh man, come on, Jabari.
Listen, listen.
I let Jabari talk when he came
He
on.
would have been finished already, Jabari. Jabari, he would have been finished.
On to each of, but he has several points. I want to
No.
Just one more minute, Jabari, and you got it. Go ahead, Ali. Go ahead, Ali.
That's not how you did me.
60 seconds, Jabari.
You're the champ, brother. You're the champ.
I don't care what you told me. I'm asking for equity. Look.
Who cares about being a champ? Now, going back to my last.
All right, you got 1 minute. Go ahead.
My last point on this is, first of all, he's calling people Maya. Maya is a name given by Christopher Columbus. Mr. I know my sources. You don't know shit. The name of the people is She. They had the same name as the Olmec, and I can show you them damn heads in Mexico, in Massachusetts. You slow, boy. You slow. I can show you the same heads in South America. You slow, boy. And not only can I show you that, I can show you the maps of the migrations, why we left, when we left, and how we left. Bruh, you are out of your league. You're talking about Africa is older than America. I am going to push your ass off of the African cliff. You're not old enough. You are a bunch of monkeys who died, and we gave you genes to survive, and I'm gonna prove it. Now on
Damn.
Hey man.
Hold up.
Yeah, it's over with. That debate is over with. Case closed.
Oh shit. Monkeys and
Terrible.
that
I
makes a
need
lot
to
of
say
sense.
that, man.
That makes a lot
Nah,
of
you don't understand what he's doing. That's not even the argument. He's running a concurrent argument that's going to be in consensual to the actual debate. So he's killing the pre-topic before he even try to allude to things. This is smart right here. Very smart. And Jabari tried to do the same thing to Ali Muhammad.
That's a fact. But he ain't doing it with information. He's just doing it with rhetoric. He's not.
He said,
bro, this is bad.
Why y'all keep going past what
I
he just
told y'all.
said? Why y'all keep going past? That nigga said that the Africans devolved to monkeys and we had to give them genes, nigga.
He pretty much saying we're the common ancestor. I don't know if y'all heard that. In so many words, we are the common ancestor to all these human-like species.
Damn,
that's
son.
crazy.
Yeah, hold on. Let's hear some more of this shit right here. Hold on. Let's get back to some more of this shit.
Hey, one.
Yeah.
Hey, before you press play, hey, put my avatar on the full screen group. Oh, wait, no, you got your shit, Shane.
Let me take this off the screen. Hold on, I got you.
But,
go ahead.
What's up,
what's
AP?
up, True?
Man, shit, bro, you already know, man. But what he just said about he could show the Olmec heads in fucking Massachusetts. You see this on my screen?
Mm-hmm.
What that look like?
Like an Olmec head.
Guess what? Guess where I took that picture at?
Where at?
Northern California.
See?
And it ain't no goddamn fucking amusement park or none of this shit. This is a regular hiking trail, and I spotted that shit and instantly knew what the fuck it was. And right up under the chin of there, when the sun hit at like 4-5 in the evening, it gives a shadow of a jaguar mask up under the bottom of that head.
See?
Which shows that not only was the Olmecs in that area, but also the Jaguar Kings was in that area. That's one of those vortex sites in Northern California. See, that's the shit that they don't know. They try to separate all these cultures and alienate them into one location like they never went nowhere else. But Ali Muhammad finna bust his ass and shit, because I know exactly what site he talking about in Massachusetts, where you can see those Olmec heads at. My bad, man. I just had to just wanted to show that before he went on and shit. You feel me?
Yeah, that shit very relevant, no doubt.
You need to stop. You gotta stop.
All right, Ali, that's it. Ali,
you have to stop.
Were never specifically
you have
Africa.
To stop.
All right, that's it, Ali. That's it, Ali.
You gotta mute him.
Go ahead, Jabari. Go ahead.
Listen, I have no problem with him.
Let him go, Ali. Let him go.
I don't have any problem with him speaking more, but he's not going to run down 8 things and I'm going to address them all. This is my show. This is my show, and I have to remind you that because that's what you told me when I wanted to.
Yes, I know that. You
okay.
the most.
You just saw him hot, and you wanted to see him hot.
That's like the champion. I don't want to see.
If you want to run back that conversation, you can, because that was it.
Listen,
Ali Muhammad don't come back in no more.
Since I came out of my mother's womb, you need to stop it. I want equity, though. Look at this. First of all, he says you have to stop.
Cliff. Is she? They had the same name.
Jabari, that's it.
I hear you. This is not what you did to me.
1 minute, Jabari. In this first show, you gonna go in
and do label a bottleneck. What is a bottleneck?
Jabari, he only spoke for a couple of minutes. Just give him
last thing. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Let's hear it. Let's turn up.
You pulled up an ignorant Mexican talking about she got Afro roots with no ships, no genealogy, no documentation, no last names, no lineage. Goddamn, just like you did that, I can go pull up a black man over here and say he's Chinese and just believe me because I put it on YouTube. What kind of scholarship is this? What is this, bro? Are you kidding me? Now, let me rewind. Jabari is full
Look how Jabari looks.
Rhetoric. So let me go to the first point. The name of the debate is, are Black Americans Aboriginal Americans or Africans? That's the debate. We are asking the question about our own past. And not only that, we're asking a question about the past of Africa. So here's what I got to say about the past of Africa. Oh, great African civilizations. Do you know that it is a fact, according to Jabari's own paradigm, that pale, hairy people are the first Africans before dark-skinned people?
Uh-oh.
Do you know that?
Uh-oh.
Do you know that, bruh? Now, I'm going to jump off of that because I'm going to stick to the American stuff. He said, I can't prove these ancient dates.
So let me respond. Let me respond to what you said.
No. I can't prove these ancient dates.
Last time when I
ancient dates only can be proven.
Hold on, Jabari. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Wait.
These ancient
When it was
dates
this show, and he
only can these ancient dates be proven.
Now it's my show. He has to
Jabari, he only spoke for a couple of minutes. Just give him a couple. I'm gonna this is your show, Jabari.
That's not
no fair, Jabari. You the Mayweather, bro.
He's a Barbie girl in your Barbie world.
That's a tactic that a child will use against his brother and sister and shit. What he just used and shit. It's my turn. It's my.
Hey, he gotta let me respond. He was sick. He listen. Ali ain't even get into the meat and potatoes of the conversation. He already triggered. Because listen, Jabari don't have nothing to hope for. You're gonna hear one of these old heads come on and say, "Listen, Jabari, don't go down there messing with them.
Yeah.
Don't mess with them people. Don't go down there messing with Ali Muhammad now. Just listen, because he know if he try to get out there, he going into deep water. Deep water.
Yeah, because he gonna entertain what Ali Muhammad's saying. So he already in deep waters. Because he gonna everything Ali saying is taking him out in the deep waters. He gonna try to research it and he gonna fall flat on his face. So let's get back into that. I'm gonna play that. I'm gonna mute it from there.
He's afraid. He's afraid right now. He's shaking in his African boots. So not only we cannot prove these dates, I will bet you $5,000 or all of the money of my lecture that I can prove them. Right here before the whole audience.
Nah, don't do it now. Save it for the debate, brother.
No. I got so much stuff in this debate. This is not a debate. This is a lecture by Ali. So, I'm putting that before the people. If Jabari can disprove my sources, I will give him $5,000.
Civilization.
So now, civilization started.
That's hold on, A1. We gotta talk about that. That's a hell of a claim. If he can debunk his sources, he'll give him $5 grand on the spot. All the money he getting paid for the lecture.
Yeah. I ain't offer not a coincidence no 5,000, but I told him I was gonna dust them off. So I put myself in that. I put myself in that conversation with what he just said. Look, he offered him 5,000. Look, Jabari sent there looking like a little kid, Poindexter glasses face. He looked just like one of them fucking characters from some fucking cartoon. The little remember the fucking little the chicken hawk?
Yo, I'm dead.
Hey, look, remember the rooster, the little chicken hawk boy with the big ass head with the glasses on
and shit. Yeah.
Yes, that's Jabari, brother. That's
But
him.
I'm a Ghanaian chief. Of what tribe? Ganya. Shut up.
And that's when that meme of Batman smacking Robin, niggas. Stop lying, Jabari. Like, you fool.
In Africa.
Oh man.
Not only did it start in America, not only did it start in America, not in Africa. This is what you need to get on the scholastic tip for those in the chat. Africa is a post-American civilization that we should label, will label, and do label a bottleneck. What is a bottleneck? A bottleneck is when something happens geologically on the earth and people make migrations to a certain place. Where was the place we migrated from America to? Africa. Did all of us go? No. Did some of us go? Yes. How do we know that we went from America to Africa? Because we wrote it down.
Uh-oh. I told you, Jabari, you got to be careful with this dude.
Okay.
No.
And see, that conversation goes into the Lemuria conversation in which Church World, when he was saying one of the most interesting things that he ever had to figure out was how did the people get to Africa from Lemuria through America. Now, I'm not saying that this exactly happened, but the story is similar to what he's saying, the genetic bottleneck after a great cataclysm, right? And then you get the story similar to how he's going to say with the bottleneck story. It was a cataclysm over here, and people went to a different area.
I'm not finished.
I'm going to respond.
No, I'm not finished. I'm not finished.
One more minute, Ali. One more minute, Ali. One more minute.
I'm going to respond. Because he's
1 more minute, Jabari. Jabari, 1 more minute.
Wait. Point of order. Just like when it was his show.
Give me my minute.
All right, hey, Jabari, just 1 more minute, Jabari. That's it.
I hear you. This is not what you did to me.
1 minute, Jabari. In this first show, you're going to go in. You got it.
This is not what you did to me.
He said, this is not what you did to me.
Listen, wait.
That's the big brother, little brother, or cousin, or sister, brother. Any one of these combinations where a motherfucker throw a tantrum and shit. And this is perfect example. And that's why I say, like, he's not like, I don't respect Jabari as no researcher like that. I know people, say he is, but I don't really respect him like that. I mean, it's a lot of other people who can probably have a way better debate with than Jabari, because the points that Jabari, I mean, any of them going to lose anyway, because they're not going to be able to refute what Ali Muhammad said.
You know what's gonna be more fucked up for him is they ain't gonna be able to interject while nigga giving this spiel.
Yep.
And that's gonna be like, you know, Unc good for that. I was just watching you earlier when I was driving and shit when you were showing that part about with Unc and the sister. He kept trying to don't let them talk. Man, what the fuck you mean don't let them talk? Oh, because you don't like what they bringing forward. You don't. He almost like the Smithsonian. You feel me? Oh, that's pseudo. Why you say that? Because it goes against the narrative. Well, did you check that? Did you check the evidence? We don't need to. It go against the evidence.
And look, and so think about how disingenuous that is, and how he do that, and among and let people allow him to get that off on him. Yo, we seeing the play. We see the play. That's something. That's a red flag right there, nigga. Flag. Throw the red flag out on the 15 yard line. Sick, because this shit he be saying and doing it is like, yo, you know, like he was just arguing with the girl about the Wikipedia, saying that, oh, you only could use it for this page. Nigga, what are you talking about, fam? They talking about all the pages that Wikipedia had. What are you talking about? That shit sound crazy. And that's like I said, this is only gonna open up other conversations, man. Like Aini Ali Muhammad, I definitely could have went over there and proved black people are the Indians or the Tanchans of this land. But he's gonna have a real interesting point of view. So I definitely support the brother. If he gonna go over there and dust them, he gonna matter of fact, the whole House of Consciousness is gonna explode after he beat Jabari. The whole House of Consciousness is gonna explode. It's already exploded. Motherfuckers already running out the House of Consciousness. So I never gonna be the last nigga in there with a bucket of water trying to put the flames out. And he gonna and see, he don't really have a dog in the fight. He's just the antagonist of all this shit. He's the Don King. You know what I'm saying? He's just the antagonist. He's just trying to antagonize motherfucker. He's the antagonist. He's the agitator. You know what I'm saying? Etc.
Listen. I let Jabari talk when he came on.
He would have been finished already. Jabari, he would have been finished.
On to each of, but he has several points. I want
no.
Just one more minute, Jabari, and you got it. Go ahead, Ali. Go ahead, Ali.
That's not how you did me.
60 seconds, Jabari.
You're the champ, brother. You're the champ.
I don't care what you call me. I'm asking for equity. Look.
Who cares about being a champ? Now, going back to my last
All right, you got 1 minute. Go ahead.
My last point on this is, first of all, he's calling people Maya. Maya is a name given by Christopher Columbus. Mr. I know my sources. You don't know shit. The name of the people is She. They had the same name as the Olmec, and I can show you them damn heads in Mexico, in Massachusetts. You slow, boy. You slow. I can show you them same heads in South America. You're slow, boy. And not only can I show you that, I can show you the maps of the migrations, why we left, when we left, and how we left. Bruh, you are out of your league. You're talking about Africa is older than America. I am going to push your ass off of the African cliff. And we gave you genes to survive, and I'm gonna prove it. Now on Perry.
You need to stop. You gotta stop.
All right, Ali, that's it. Ali,
you have to stop.
Genes were never specifically.
You have.
That's some cold-blooded shit what he just said, nigga. He sound like A1 over there. That's a cold-blooded demonstration right there, bro.
Hey, that shit go back to the genetics that I did about the sickle cell, my nigga.
Yeah.
You feel me? It's showing the origins of sickle cell, understanding the different forms of it, and understanding that a parasite, especially the malaria parasite, mutates in order to attack its host. So there will be no reason for the malaria parasite to be the form that attack humans in a time where it shouldn't have been no humans on Earth. That's insect biology. That's understanding parasites and the foundation of your body the real evolution. You know, your body be adapting to its habitat, not no nigga changing from no fucking fish to no snake to no monkey to no fucking human. You don't never change your fucking species.
That's a fact.
Checkmate. I can't wait for this. When they debating again?
I think the end of this month, about another 2 weeks.
Yeah, I can't wait for this. I can't wait for this. I'm coming with my notebook and pen, bro.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's how, you know, classically, when it comes to debates and it comes to people giving presentations, that's how it normally is. Especially when it's something that's new, not coming from these niggas. We already know about Imhotep the 30th and all this other shit, nigga. Like, I've heard it all before. Like, well, what are we talking about?
But you know what's crazy though? I asked Jabari in the chat, like, cause when he got talking about Albert Perry, I asked him, where did they find this this new mutation about Albert Perry? He skipped mine and tried to argue with the sister. Cause I know he don't know.
Of course he don't know. That's a fact. And see, that's the thing, right? Look, that's the whole talking point, right? Of what they saying. Because it's like, you know, even when you listen to his arguments, all his arguments are just like some clown joke type shit. It ain't nothing that has any real argument to it. Everything is just conjecture. See if you're still there. Hold on, I'm gonna play a little bit more of this because I got something I'm gonna just, you know, put a little perspective out there. So I'm gonna rock a little bit more out. Then I'm gonna go into some other shit.
Africa. All right, that's it, Ali. That's it, Ali.
You gotta mute him.
Go ahead, Barbie. Go ahead.
Listen, I have no problem with
Let him go, Ali. Let him go.
I don't have any problem with him speaking more, but he's not going to run down 8 things and I'm going to address them all. This is my show. This is my show, and I have to remind you that because that's what you told me when I went to the.
Yes, I know that. You
okay.
the most.
You just saw him hot, and you wanted to see him hot.
You don't like the champion. I don't want to see the champion crying, man. You're the champion.
Listen, brother, I haven't cried since I came out of my mother's womb. You need to stop it. I want equity, though. Look at this. First of all, he says, I pulled up an Afro-Mexican lady that doesn't know anything. I want you to understand, we listened to one woman describe her story, but she was there because there was a celebration of Afro-Mexicans. This is not the story of one woman. This is the celebration that they have on June 19th to celebrate the emancipation of African people. They are celebrating Juneteenth in Mexico. That's what we showed you. Now, I could easily have played more of the video and you could have seen more people.
Well, actually, that's Cinco de Mayo, you stupid motherfucker. He talking about that's Juneteenth. That's Cinco de Mayo, what they over there celebrating.
People speak. She's just a sampling of the people who went to the event. And I suggest that you go to the to YouTube and watch the whole video. It's fascinating. Number 2, he says he's calling them Mayan, but their original name is She. It doesn't matter what I call them. The argument is, does the date fit what he's saying? If y'all follow the shiny object, you're going to miss that he is conceding, as he should, if he has any darn sense left in his brain. He should be conceding. The date is the issue. It doesn't matter whether you call them She or Mahadians or Dr. Alians. The date is the issue. And you must ask him if he is describing that the Americas is the origin of civilization. Why did he show you artifacts from the 7th, 8th, and 9th century of the Common Era? That's the whole debate. don't know. He's not saving none for the debate, because the debate is about whether we are the native people or Africans. The debate is not about whether civilization started in Africa or the Americas. That's why I chose this topic. It is adjacent to our topic. And if he can't prevail on this topic, you better understand he's in trouble. He's in trouble. Ask him why he used that. He said that in his video. I didn't put it on him. He said it. He said it. And then number 3, he also says that Africa is a bottleneck. That all of us returned to Africa because some calamity happened. And during this calamity, then what occurred is all of the DNA was in Africa because we left the Americas. If that's not the definition of a Cree, I don't know what is. You're telling me that ancient people from the Americas traveled to Africa because of some calamity, and now we believe that the oldest DNA is there? Where is this calamity? Where is your proof of this great calamity that sent all of the world's people to Africa?
Well, Jabbar,
where is your proof? Wait, I'm not finished. Where is your proof that you're finding older DNA in the Americas? Where is your proof? Because I've read the articles you've had, and I understand them. This brother is in trouble.
Well,
and all I gotta say, once again, is, and let me show the image, Sonnetter. What happened to Ali Muhammad? What happened to the brother that was wearing the Negus cap with the Africa on it? What happened to him? Because the stuff he's talking about now is not supported by the data.
He had reinforcements. That's what happened to him. He no longer believed in them foolish, deceptive educational system trick. You know what I'm saying? He did the research checks itself out. When you do the research, because it's a lot of questions that they're not going to answer, because they're not going to present this information to you for you to even have any questions about
I think Ali.
So you're never going to see the information. Go ahead.
I think Ali playing possum. He's setting them up, bro. Because think about it. Look. We all know the shit that he arguing about with the dates. We can go pull up shit way with ease, way more older than that shit. And I think he's gonna come trying to argue against that more recent shit, and Ali gonna knock him out the motherfucking park, bro.
Yeah. He like I said, he has no clue. He's just trying to make an art. See, he really think he gonna win. See, that's the crazy part. He really think he gonna win. Look how he looking. Look how he be looking. He really think he's gonna win. He really think he has a chance until the slides come out and the information presented. And
right. Hey, hold on 1 second. Hey, ain't that the sister that was beating up on Unc in the chat? Important conversation with Dulcinea.
Let me see.
I hope I ain't chop her name up wrong.
Yeah, that's the sister right there.
Oh man, peace.
Hey, sis, I'm gonna put the link in the chat room. I want you to come on real quick. I know you be over there with Top Cat. I conversated with a couple times, but I'm gonna put the link in because I want you to elaborate on the Michael Cremore work.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is like they like to talk about Michael Cremore and what's the other guy name? Graham Hancock.
Yeah, Graham.
The thing is that these guys never once said that they are the archaeologists or anthropologists that's doing the studies.
Nope.
They're bringing forth the information of certified anthropologists and archaeologists doing the work. The same shit them niggas do, it's the same shit. They just don't like because it go against their narrative. But like, yeah, bro, like a lot of times these niggas, they always think that we got to go to the Olmecs and the Mayans to get ancient shit. Like, no, nigga, we can stay right here in North America. The precursors to any pyramid is a mound.
Point blank period. And that's still technically classified as a pyramid.
But what they do is they dump. See, listen, there's different mounds too. There's mounds that was the base of a structure that had a structure that was made out of cement or brick or wood, etc.
Limestone, all that.
Oh yeah. So
And the
that
crazy shit is the mounds that we see ain't nothing but the foundation of the mounds. They destroyed what was on top of the shit. You know, anything with building, you got to build the foundation first.
and
Then you build on top of it. Then you get into stories about if I'm not mistaken, in Cincinnati, where they was taking the bricks from an actual pyramid mound structure right off the river and taking those bricks and building houses with them in the 1800s. You know, they destroyed a lot of the shit in North America. But you cannot destroy the manipulation of earthwork to form foundations. That's going to always leave an imprint in a certain area. It takes a long time for that to be done away with. And it ain't been that long ago before they did away with it. But I can't wait till you kill them with the bottlenecking of Africa and all that shit, because at the end of the day, Africa is a bottleneck. West Africa is a bottleneck. East Africa is a bottleneck. The only part of Africa that probably isn't a bottleneck is South Africa. And it's technically somewhat of a bottleneck itself. And it's the same thing in Americas. We've been bottlenecked. And what happened when you get bottlenecking the populations? Shit get lost in translation.
That's a fact.
My bad, bro.
Nah, but that's how the story goes. The story is supposed to be, it's not supposed to be forced to understand. So they bring eugenics, the people who participate within the eugenics, they create these explanations and these suggestions that we believe is true. And we never check them or fact check them or have anybody or give anybody a chance that have the information that can stand up to it that's in opposition to what we being told. And see, that's the thing that most people don't look at. They only pro it. I'm really not pro. Listen. I don't want to be an African, but if we were Africans, then I really wouldn't I would give a fuck, but it wouldn't be nothing to the extent to where a motherfucker couldn't live with themselves or anything like that. Life would still go on, right? We not sitting up in here trying to say, all right, well, we're not Africans because we have this little bit of information right here that we can prove that we've been in America. We saying we're not Africans because we're not Africans. Period. I don't go with the slave story. I don't give a fuck what nobody's telling me. I don't go with the slave story. And even before I didn't go with the slave story, I used to talk about the Indian slavery, the 2.5 up to 5 million so-called Aboriginals who was enslaved in America through Brown University, right? And they tell you up to 5 million right here in North America itself, not the 200 and some odd thousand Africans in which they claim came here. And then you have to take in consideration you bring
intercontinental slave trade, bro. They never speak about that. The manipulation, you know, man. When I started getting into like the agreements that they was having, like the Chickahominy tribe, they had an agreement with these motherfuckers where they kids will be taught skills in order to progress into the society. So when these people want to go drop their kids off, they go back for their kids. The motherfuckers telling them shit like, oh, they ran away or someone stole their kid. But in actuality, they was selling their kids off to these people. And then what happened when you are the teacher of a kid? You could tell that motherfucker anything. He don't know no better.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a real common practice that was going on during that time. You feel me?
But some of them stories, though, listen, some of them stories, like that shit happened after the Civil War. These people didn't have no dominion to be doing none of that shit prior. A lot of that shit happened, like we said, when you sent for the trade, getting prepared for the industrial complex, right? Because that comes after the agricultural complex, right? So now the schools, and like I said, a lot of the schools in the South was already ours. What these philanthropists came in and gave us suggestions on, oh well, we could fund your school, you could do this with the money, you could da 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 da. That's how they got control of a lot of the HBCUs. The HBCUs was naturally our shit. And they wasn't called HBCUs until they interjected that too.
Yeah, they was just schools.
They were just schools.
Yeah, schools of thought.
And they funding them. We just read the Rockefeller gave them niggas $360 billion from the mid 1900s all the way up until 2020. So it's like, what are we really working with here? Everything that you think you know, unless you checked it and verified it and see whether or not it substantiates what we already being told, or or vice versa, right? Then you can't prove nothing. Your whole reality is painted by people you don't know that make suggestions, and you read and you believe these suggestions. That's why I don't believe none of. That's why I'm real talk. I don't like, and I see why Chief say what he say. Because you'll find out a lot of these stories, all this shit can't be going on simultaneously, man. It's just some things just to consider. How all these Indian wars going on when you got people living in cities and towns and plantations, and all this shit still is going on.
Right.
All of it's still going on.
And then we got to speak about all the sites of ancient sites that are held in private land that they don't even speak about because they don't even allow motherfuckers to get to it. And then what happened is when you start coming with the information and shit, right? It was cool when all the African shit was going on, but when niggas start coming with information, you get motherfuckers like this in the chat. Who cares who was doing what first? What does that even matter? Man, take that shit to Sinetta, nigga. They the one that started that shit, nigga.
You know what does it matter? Because what happens is this, right? When they tell you these horrific slave stories through a period of time, that shit entangles in your DNA. That shit gives you all types of different disabilities of why you can't get past what you're trying to accomplish. So therefore, we telling you, oh nah, we and matter of fact, you know what? Just for the sake, why does Africa matter? Because if we wasn't making the conversation we making, then we're African, then la 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 la, let's go back to doing what the fuck we was doing and shit, right? But nah, we're not doing that over here. So
but
if you don't, go ahead.
My bad, A1. No, continue. Sorry about that, bro.
If you don't like what's going on or the content or how we uplifting our people by telling our people we wasn't no motherfucking slaves, by telling our people we had civilizations that was equal to what's or equivalent to what's going on now, and all of the things that they got that run this civilization they got from us. So you want niggas to stop doing that? You want us to stop doing that? That doesn't matter, right? But it mattered when you was a slave. It mattered when they was telling you they was cutting babies out of women's stomach. When they was tying one leg to a horse, tying the other nigga leg to the horse, and ripping a human being apart like this is some type of fucking
medieval motherfucking concert or some shit.
What's the movie? The what's the shit with the little with the fucking puppet and shit? Jigsaw. No, Jigsaw. The saw and shit. Like this some Saw movie or something, rip a nigga apart, nigga get blood all over him. Like
But look, this where the contradiction come in, right? Why does it matter? All right, well, why does it matter when niggas try to tell you about all the African kings and shit to show that you want slaves? It mattered then. You feel me? Because at first you thought you were slaves, but then they started bringing all this other shit in. Oh, it mattered because it changed the psyche. Well, guess what, nigga? We changed in the psyche too. Hey, look, this what we was doing up over here, my nigga. You feel me? Now it don't matter when we start talking about we're doing it up over here. And that's the greatest thing. That's the greatest thing that they did, bro, which not giving them props, but just being honest. When you don't know about yourself, and you take on what a nigga tell you about yourself, that's the greatest accomplishment for the nigga that don't want you to know about yourself, nigga.
Nah, they don't want these niggas to know about themselves, nigga. They want these niggas to be perfectly docile. which is a very key word, docile. They want you to remain docile, nigga, under perfect docility. And this is what these people doing. And what they doing is it's easy. You could go down that door where you celebrate Africa, right? Where you go down that paradigm and you stay stuck with that shit. And then you got the paradigm to where you are intrigued by just learning, and then you're learning, you're listening to other things that reference history. Because like I said, I used to watch Coast to Coast. That's how locked in I was with this shit. And when I hear these white motherfuckers say that they not giving the ethnicity of what the people were or the race, they just saying that we know that in America there was two different types of people that was here. There was the highly civilized, technology advanced Indians, or as he said, Aborigines at that time, and then there was the primitive Aborigines. He said the highly advanced Aborigines built buildings and structures, and I had to go looking for that. I had to go looking for it. I had to find out because he wasn't showing. He ain't do no PowerPoint.
Oh God, bro. And the crazy thing about it is, it's like once it get to a point where it's like, damn, well, now it was niggas here, so I'll be minimizing. Man, man, Samusa went on the travel. Bro, you can't prove that shit, nigga. Get that Manna Musa bullshit up out of here. And then at the end of the day, even if they did come, they ain't coming no numbers to change no motherfucking dynamics of shit. Even with the whole so-called 200,000 to 300,000 motherfuckers on the slave ship, that wasn't big enough numbers to motherfucking change shit, because you will have to show that those 300,000 came at one time. No, they talking over a course of damn near 250 years, which means, nigga, minimal numbers over a long period of fucking time. And on top of that, once they came here, they're no longer who the fuck they was when they came here, because they assimilated into this culture over here. You feel me? At the end of the day, they offsprings and shit ain't even them no more. And that shit be crazy, because it'd be like, they'll be like, oh, a motherfucker mix with Native and mix with African. And because they say they mix with African, the African trump off the whole other half of the motherfucker, even though the half that you trying to wipe out because of African, that's the culture he grew up in. He didn't grow up in no African culture. So even if you give a nigga that they mix, that nigga ain't African culturally or none of that shit. No more. Period.
Yeah, but it's just real convenient.
No, you're right.
It's real convenient that all of the Indians mix with the African. All the ones you find that's dark skinned, and it ain't even that many people being bought here.
On God. Then they say some shit like, oh, the Native Americans enslaved. Show me a Native American that had slaves. Then when they show you, bro, they show you a white motherfucker claiming Native American.
Yep. We got a young sister on her too as well.
Oh yeah, that's the piece of the sister. That's the sister that was beating up on Unc and shit. How you doing?
Peace,
Doing
peace,
good.
peace.
Thank you. Peace. Thank you for inviting me up. Yeah, I wanted to say, because you said the Cramo, I don't want to give all, the archaeologists away, but like one example is like the Paluxy man that they found the footprints in Texas, and they say that the dinosaur footprints can't be faked, and they're true, and they dated them back to the time as far as dinosaurs, but they dated the man's footprint that far back, and somehow they're saying that's faked in the limestone as well. So they kind of do this trickery where it's like, oh,
matter of fact,
carbon dating, all this other stuff is real, but as soon as there's archaeology that goes against what they're saying, now that's faked somehow.
That's
right. Welcome to our world. Welcome to our
was
world.
Was that particular artifact you brought up? Was that the some type of shoe sole that was found? Footprint
I think it was
of
actually
actual
his
shoe.
footprint. I don't know if it was a shoe or his actual foot. I'd have to look into that. But yeah, it was like in the limestone, so it could not be fake. It shows that a man was walking there, and they dated it far back to like millions of years. So, and it's not a ape or a great ape or anything like that. It was a human.
I want no Arthropithecus foot.
No, it was not.
Hey, but that's crazy you said that, because that's like with the cavalry skull in Sierra Nevada. Now, all the other artifacts and the plant biology and fossilization that they found around that skull, all those was true, but the human skull wasn't, though.
Yeah, that's what they're gonna say. They're gonna always say that. But sis, you also look, you also was talking about the Wikipedia source, right? About
Right.
how no scholars and look, I've been to school. You know what I'm saying? I've been to 2 universities, and I know when you write a research paper, you can't even mention Wikipedia. You'll probably get a C, even if you got good content. But the fact that you use Wikipedia even as one source, you might have 30 sources, and you use one Wikipedia source out of 30 sources, and you still might get a C. They don't even want to see Wikipedia. They look at that as, like I said, lazy research. That's the first thing pop up when you do when you research anything. Wikipedia.
Exactly, and they're correct that it can be used as a reference, but it's not. It can't be used as your final source because it's opinion-based and user-based entries. So even the documents that he said that I was using as opinion-based, they're opinions of scientists, not just a random person on the internet that just says, "Oh, I don't like creationists" or "I'm an atheist." Like, can go on Wikipedia and put information up there. That doesn't
He,
make, and
he
we know
probably
he's
do.
not a scientist.
He probably
Exactly.
do. For all we know, he up there now saying doing a remix single with something that you had or something that he
Right.
had up there. So yeah, definitely. My bad. Hold up. Somebody just texted me. But yeah, definitely. He don't know, and they don't know. See, these guys don't know that these are professionals that Michael Cremore has in his book. And these are people who they dated their finds outside of the timeline that they're told that they only had. They only have a certain timeline among archaeology work that's being how do you say that's being passed on from the top all the way down to the bottom, all the way to the people that's out there in the field. And they don't allow you to go past them timelines.
Exactly. But I have a question for you because I kind of see the Moors as something that's been all over the world. I was glad when you brought up Asia that it means the same thing as the people of God, just like Indios. So do you not feel like Africa is part ours too because we conquered the whole world, like our the
Yeah.
earth?
But see, my studies, when I study that, we left from here, right? So I'll just give you a quick rundown.
Okay.
So America, according to my research and hidden research, it's not just my research, it's research that they not putting out there to the popular, like forgetting archaeology. We're the first land out of the water. Our people populated the world. Now, when we get into like the hybrid people, the Asians, that as we see it now, we're not talking about the people that's in the Pacific Rim that's melanated. We talking about the non-melanated. All life forms on this planet was melanated, and they started we started grafting them. The first graft would be the Indian or the Tamil people. And then we get into what we see the Asians. The Asians come out of a brown stock too. And then they morphed into what you see them now. And then we get into the European, which will be the last experiment. And Dr. Ali Muhammad kind of touched on, in some cases that we passed on genetics to what we call hominids or primates. And then we made them like us. This is a story you get in Genesis. Mankind, man. The gods is us. We the gods. The mankind is the people in which was created in our image. So, like, I'm not saying African. My studies is more like in North Africa. I study West Africa and South Africa. But it's just so funny that you got what we was talking about. What's the people of South Africa that they keep saying that's Asian? I can't think of their name.
Oh,
Right
the
now.
Koshan. The Koshan,
The
yeah.
Koshan. How the hell did the Koshan get all the way from Asia, walked all the way down through Africa? Do you know how big Africa is? And that's not even on a Peter projection map. That's the actual map. Well, the actual map is way bigger than what they showing us. And the same thing with the Americas. So how did people from Asia walk all the way down? We want to believe these migration stories and people just got up and just walked. How you going to survive somewhere if you haven't done no recon to see whether or not there's any trees along the way that provide fruit or provide any nutrients, or is there water along the way? Ain't nobody just gonna be moving around like you gotta pack a trail mix in your bag and shit, and you go do a 100-mile journey. Like, come on now. Ain't nobody just moving like that.
Yeah, I see what you're saying as far as that. And I think also the term Ethiopian is something that masks us as well. And we can see that Ethiopia, they say, will have a big, or the Kushites had this big civilization that spanned it across America, Africa, and Asia. And I think that they just always use code names for us.
My thing is with Africa is I've been told all these years that Africa had all this, and I'm not saying no disrespect to any of the African brothers or people of African descent, right? But we've been told this, and I've been told this by other Africans. Africa was greater than America. Africa is the greatest people, yada yada yada. I've been hearing that shit for a long time. But when you study the Americas, you see things that Africa don't have. And I'm saying that respectfully because it's just the research. Like you just said, the million, you talk the human remains or the footprint, are suggesting that life has been in America for over 1,000,000 years. You don't find that over there. They go back to Lucy, a hominid. They think man came from her. That's a fucking a chimpanzee to me. That ain't no goddamn hominid. That motherfucker look like an ape. It look like a goddamn ape. It don't look like what kind of hominid? Why? Because he bipedal? An ape can walk on 2 legs. A fucking red panda can walk on 2 legs. A raccoon can walk on 2 legs. So, so when it gets down to like some of the stupidity that we hear through just research or like suggested information that's coming down from a lot of these academia, because don't get it wrong neither, even academia shit, it's not real, and it's records as far as how you can do the research to solidify whether or not this research is accurate. Can it stand up to scrutiny? A lot of times, like with Ali Muhammad, what we talking about, the research that he's talking about is going to stand up to scrutiny, and the person who scrutinizes it don't have no academia leg to stand on to disprove this man. So I mean, like, it's definitely a lot, but I definitely enjoyed your bill, sis. I done seen you over there with Top Cat a couple times. I've been over there. I think that we had a conversation.
And we talked, and I've asked you some questions before about that, and I enjoy everything and learning from you as well. Like, of what you're saying, it just points me in the direction to look at some other portions as well. But I would say the only thing I've found is maybe that we shouldn't be attached to one land, because even we can see some of these people, they could be worshiping versions of us, like learning that ninjas were the first ones were black, and different things like that we don't have an attachment for, because we say, oh, they're Asia, so they're not us, or Sumeria is not us, or different civilizations that could possibly be us around the world.
We don't do that, you see, because we connect all that. I can connect Sumeria to Peru or Kugaki or the Sumerians. The Sumerian god was called Amaru. Amaru is where you get the word America from. That's interesting, right? Also, I could connect the Asians to America. I could connect the Indians to America. There's only 3 places in America where the number 0 was created, and one of them is right here. And they saying that the evidence that they got of the Chinese or the Asians or the Indians creating it is very slim. So they give credence to the number 0 from the Americas, and saying that it went out in these other places. So we can find evidence that I can show you the South Pacific Island. You go to South Pacific Islands, all them islands are all Negroes. All of them are all Negroes. So it's like, we know we was all over the world, but what happened is they created this education system and this eugenic system to basically hide the fact that Europeans are new on the planet. This is what they don't want to come out. They have no great civilization. They're not the Romans. They're not even the barbarians. The barbarians are the Berbers. So they're not even them. So it's like, at this point in time, it's like a lot of people need to kind of like, they got to always have a con or something that's, that's going to question their original argument to see whether or not how strong this argument that you are presenting to people and trying to teach them, are you right before you even go out there and teach them. You know what I'm saying, sis? So
yeah, absolutely. And then what they tend to do is they can't prove what their beliefs are, which are only beliefs. So they kind of just attack. That's why it gets into a lot of, oh, you're scamming the people, or we got to take down these.
I don't even know why he said that to you. You scamming the people. You scamming the people with information. Like,
right.
Did you hear what he said when you pulled up that article on Wikipedia? Did you hear what his argument was? He said the exact article that you pulled up that basically validated that you can't use Wikipedia. He's saying you can't. This is the only. He said something to the effect that this is the only article.
Like you can only not, cite that article and citing it. And then I brought up academic use, and he wouldn't even address that of what it said about Wikipedia for academic use. He just said, oh, you can scroll down to the bottom for references, but then the references are unbiased. So the references have references that show the scientific intellectual design and the scientific talking about Darwinism or anything, because the bottom references have to be completely unbiased. That's just the information. But who's scrolling to the bottom? He's never scrolling to the bottom.
And see, that's what I was just telling. So look, so that's what I was just saying. Like when you go on Wikipedia, right, you can go to the bottom and click on the sources and then go through the sources to see how strong they are. You don't actually have to use Wikipedia. But these dudes be so lazy that they be so quick to try to prove a point that's the first thing to rely on. And they think that people in this community or people that's listening, they don't know the academia guidelines. You can go to any college and they'll tell you, any college website will tell you can't use Wikipedia. For any of the research papers, essays, or any scholastic literature.
They say we try to correct anything, but they're not going through it and correcting all those users that can go into the account. I mean, I remember a couple of years back with the whole Beyonce thing, and when they changed that girl that we believe that Jay-Z cheated on Beyonce with, she had died that day, and all this information. So anyone can change that. How is that credible if anyone can go in and just say, okay, it's this and not that? And then that scientific word, like anyone that feels like something is a pseudoscience, they can go in. We could go in and say Darwinism is a pseudoscience.
That's what it is, though. That's
exactly what it is.
That's what it is. All of that coming from Johann Bloomberg to Gregory Mundell, all the way to Merkovich or Melville Herkovich. I'm sorry, all the way to Melville Herkovich, who you got Francis Darwin. All people that reference eugenics say that this is pseudoscience, and he referenced eugenics. Eugenics is also these DNA companies. So I don't know how you feel about that, but that's definitely eugenics. That's coming straight from the Human Genome Project. The Human Genome Project is what morphed into these fantasy DNA kits that people spit in a tube and send in, and these Germans and these Jews are the owners of that. When have they ever had your best interest at hand to tell you who the fuck you are? Exactly. They don't know who they are.
The fine print has always messed me up. Like I kind of want to do it, but then the fine print that's saying you're giving up your property to them. So pretty much it was a guarantee of getting the next Henrietta Lacks or any kind of cells because you're giving them over at that point. So they can just find whatever in your DNA, use it for stem cell research or anything, and then just be like, we don't have to tell you that we're doing it because you signed it away once you sought who you were to get DNA evidence. So I don't know if I necessarily say that they don't connect you with family, but it is that fine print that you're signing that over that's always been
Yeah.
what bothered me.
And he is a Darwin student. He loved Darwin. That he always referencing evolution and all that. There is no evolution. If any of that thing, like you said, when you go back and you see a lot of these archaeology finds that have been scrutinized by their so-called peers because they didn't agree with what their peers wanted them to agree on, and they going by they being honest about it. A lot of them people has been paid off to say what they saying and to present the information that's being taught. Even in even in colleges, you're paying for this information. Some pseudo-scientific research, all of it, and
Right.
even
You have to get into certain classes for them to even say, "Hey, we're going to tell you the truth in this class." And they're going to tell you like, "Should you stay in this class cuz we're going to tell you the truth about things." Like, what?
mm-hmm. Yeah. So we definitely have a lot of that going on, especially coming from them because they're still under the mind control of what the Europeans said to you. That we put no, what they say. If you want to hide something from a black man, put in a book. So now people can read. They think that everything they read in the book is right and exact, and they don't allow like these some of these opinions that may be in opposition to what you believe or what the narrative or story that you've been told.
Yeah, and then when there's books that are in opposition of what they're trying to tell you, they make them extremely high. You can see they're like $1,000 to even get a hold of that book, or it's in one library in the whole world for you to even see what that book has to say. So
Hey,
usually it's anything like, especially about Indians and the American Indians, you have to go to a specific library. You can't even get access to some records or anything as far as that they have in books before a certain time.
that's a fact. So I had a brief conversation with you before. So do you believe that you are American Indian?
Yes, I've always been told like it's a mixture, but so that's why I summed it up to more and I went down the Moorish paradigm. But yes, my grandma told me it was Creole, Blackfoot, Cherokee, and African.
So have you ever seen the identity of the Indians? Do you know what is the ethnicity or race of these so-called Indians that you believe?
No, I haven't seen it. I'm not sure because all the different trickeries that it's come with tribes. So I've always seen as far as the Cherokee as those Native Americans. And then so I was like, is that even a real thing? So I had never really dug in to know which is the true tribes, which are the ones, the fake ones.
Well, not even that. Just the images like that you find. Like, all right,
Oh
let's say
yeah, I've
for
seen that of like the ones that look like us. Yeah.
yes,
And they're Indians. Yes.
okay. So that's what has to be clarified. So, what nation did you hear that your family was part of, or that you descend from?
That I don't know.
Okay, so where your people from?
A majority Louisiana, Florida. I know even that my great grandma, she was part of the Rosewood massacre, so she had to leave Florida at that time.
Okay, so you said Georgia, which was part of Florida. Um,
Louisiana.
Louisiana. Yeah, Louisiana was part of Florida too. But like I said, they made these demarcation lines and these borders and changed it. Like Florida went all the way into
Yeah,
the
that's another thing because we go by their land masses, their lines and everything that don't even make sense. So that's something I've always tried to do with maps too, to say, okay, a certain place wouldn't even be separate from another place unless some kind of natural, like a river separated it or a
exactly.
mountain.
So these are, but remember too, right? We had certain lands, like we had certain names for nations. See, a lot of these tribal names are really names of the areas that you was living amongst. You know what I'm saying? And then that got transpired, you know what I'm saying, to, let's say, like Cherokee. Like the Cherokees are all over the fucking place. They all over the place. They are anywhere from the Appalachian all the way to the Mississippi. You know what I'm saying? And downward. Some people say even the Ranapi or Lenape, if you will, are part of the Cherokee. They have some Cherokee descendants as well, or Aniyawi, Tasaugi, or whatever names that these people come up with, because there's hundreds of names for a lot of these so-called nations in which the European could not pronounce it right and exact. So he started to do the remix singles, started to add the vowels in certain places and changing up the whole structure of the word itself. You know what I'm saying? So like even when you get into us over here, you know, the eugenics, right? Walter Plecker, Server Cox, the American Colonization Society, the Americans, it's a couple of them joints or whatever. They the ones that started to classify us when we started to take their deeds. See, prior to that, we wasn't enumerated. They couldn't, it ain't no they, because they were slaves. So they wasn't running nothing. Us, we the people who kind of put ourselves in this situation we in. But it wasn't no
That's
day.
one of my questions. So, like, yeah, the Slavs are slaves, and we know the white slaves, and then the Homestead Act of kind of switching them to be Christians, and then saying that they could no longer be enslaved. When do we see?
So stay right there. Stay
Okay.
right there. Stay right there. The Homestead Act, and when they could no longer be enslaved because they accepted Christianity, and this is what the Civil War was about. And this is why I keep telling people, these people accepted Christianity, and what happened is they freed them, they allowed them to war, and while we won with them, this is when these people was pulling up on our ports. And this is the reason why they was destroying a lot of these forts too. These forts are ports. Forts and ports is the same goddamn thing. You know what I'm saying? Because most of the forts are in the mouth of every river. So it's like, when you talk about the Homestead Act and that the Europeans cannot be slaves no more, that's what the Civil War was about, because they accepted Christianity. Christianity didn't have no dominion over us. But see, the thing of it is we got all these people who look like us that are under Christianity, and we don't know who's who. They creating secret societies. All these secret societies are based by Christians or Catholicism, coming straight from Rome. Rome fund all of these operative programs, and they just go by different names. They just go by different names, and we don't recognize the names, and we don't pinpoint, we don't connect the dots from this organization to this organization to this organization, and know that they have it's essential, like it's centralization, which will be Rome, and then they have all of these different headquarters outside of Rome that are operatives, and like I said, all of this shit connects. Eugenics, all of it, all of the eugenics, all of them was Christians. You know what I'm saying? Even among some of them, either they were Christians or they was Jews.
Then I have a question about the Ottoman. Did they take over the Ottoman where the original Ottomans were black, and then they usurped it? Because
all
I
of
know
Rome
that
was
the
black.
Romans and the Ottomans have that connection.
And they lying even about that. They trying to hide the fact that the original Romans, all of Rome, the original Romans as we see it was black. The person who controlling Rome right now is a nigga. And the Pope answers to him, which we'll never see him. All of the Holy Roman emperors was Negroes. And we could easily prove this because they're on a king list in Peru. Carlos Quinto Charles V. He's running shit in the 1500s. How the fuck is he the Holy Roman Emperor? So you think some white people going to promote him to be the Holy Roman Emperor? Well, we can see this in Portugal. We can see this among Ferdinand, right? Ferdinand was a nigga. Isabella was one of the slaves that he took from his harem and married her. and they converted to Christianity. Christianity is what is putting people under perpetual servitude, as it says in the doctrine of discovery. They tell you what they trying to do. So any of these people that you see are Christians that are speaking, or you see some suspicious activity with them, then you know why they did what they did to our people, because they was under that.
And yeah, that makes sense because I think they're like less than 15%, maybe even 10% of the total population. So even showing that they couldn't be ancient at all, they don't even have that much of a population in the world, anyways.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. And none of these great civilizations, they're not from Europe. The original Europeans was Negroes all the way up into Russia. These are Negroes all the way up to Russia. Now the verdict is still out on where the actual sloughs actually came from. You understand what I'm saying? But there's a lot of different stories. A lot of people, they think the Yakub story is some type of fairy tale, or some type of just some hoax that some Negroes with some science or knowledge came up with. No, this shit has evidence.
Yeah,
But
and that makes sense because I've seen a lot of, like I was saying before, with the Sumerians, and they try to pass the Gutians, which is like a Euro Asian, as the Sumerians, even though they're not. So we're seeing a lot of Euro Asians appearing in other places, and then they say that they're the black people that would have been in the region.
you see my logo?
Yes,
That's a Sumerian, right?
right.
What's on top of his head?
The Fez, or what would become the Fez?
That's a fez. It got the same nipple on at the top where the tassel come out at. When I show the whole picture of it, that's why I wear it. A lot of people be like, "What the fuck?" When you look up the Anunnaki and the Sumerians and all them niggas got turbans on, and their turbans got the LaFleur whatever the fuck that shit is. It has that on the front of it. And that has a story of his own, right? But even when you do see
Right.
the fez on, these people think this, oh man, that's a bucket of chicken hat. We wasn't wearing that. I can show and prove that we was wearing fez. I just don't get all into that shit because it'd be too confusing for people who still trying to learn just the basic information. So a lot of this shit right here is going past a lot of people mind. When you go in Zachariah Stitch and Inky and Lil, they tell you that they created homunculus people to mine precious gold. When we can go on a white servitude in North Carolina, and we can see that an Indian chief actually had white slaves, and they was beating copper. They was spelting metal for him. So it's just a pretty much connected dots, and it's like you have to connect the dots on the culture, because if one culture doing this, then where did they get it from? They had to be passed through for them to even have the science of doing this.
Absolutely. And the other thing that bothers me, like we can take Kemet. I don't think Kemet is a landmass. I think there are people that would have been connected as well out of the same type of people. And even if like the KEM or the KMT would have a lot of connections to science, to chemistry, to alchemy, and not really a landmass. So I feel like there's a problem in history where we're saying places are a landmass. This means a black landmass. And I don't know if that's connected to the landmass at all.
Yeah, that was Egypt if it existed, because people got images of the temples being staged in the early 1900s. I can pull up pictures right now and show you that they staged in a lot of them statues that sit in front of them pyramids, and some of them pyramids was actually created. I don't really get into that, but I've heard stories that suggest that. I've actually have seen them reconstruct like some of them statues that's sitting in front of that pyramid, with cranes and everything, and lowering them down and position them, putting them in position like it was like a jigsaw puzzle, and they individually bought them pieces here. That's neither here nor there. But we do know that if you want to get into the pyramid structure, which basically gave life to the whole Kemetic you know, ideology. And I'm not just saying the pyramid stuff, but that's one of the most things that people glorify when it comes to Kemetic science is the structure of the use of geometry, geometrics to be able to create something or architectural building or object or whatever structure, whatever you want to call it, right? We find out the first step pyramids is in America, and they're older than the pyramids over there. So then that's a whole nother totally different conversation that a lot of people don't get into. You understand what I'm saying? The pyramids
Yeah,
over in America is older than the pyramids over there.
yeah, they are.
But this is a conversation that people don't say nothing about. So that means America is a lot greater than what we've been told. Because there's no pyramids in West Africa. There's no pyramids in South Africa. The pyramids is in East Africa, right? But then
Right.
when you go into North Africa has these beautiful cathedrals, these villas, these towns that has these canals and all of that shit we had in America. They just hide the evidence of it. All of that. The same stuff you see in North America, I mean North Africa, and also in Spain and See, when people talk about Europe, they talk about going to see the structures and seeing some of the architectural stuff that's in Europe. And that was built by our people from over here. And we got the exact same buildings in America as you find all through Germany, Russia, right? Russia, Germany, London, England, Portugal, Spain, right? Or and Andalusia, right? And then
Absolutely, because they can only do like more of a square features. That's why you see their windows are square or anything. We've mastered the arch, and they can't even do the arch. So they
that's
make
called
a
the
yep.
Corbel arch.
Mhm.
You only see that in America. That was firstly constructed in the Americas, bro. We got evidence that our people is responsible for building the Brooklyn Bridge. You understand? The brook, because it's made the same way the bridges was constructed in America. It has the same architectural style.
Right. So what you were telling me before is a lot of these things, the dates that we have on it, that's incorrect. It's a
That's a
lot
fact.
older than what they're
That's a fact because, you know, when you get into the more, say they added 500 years, right? But then I have other people saying the same thing, that they added all this time. The Gregorian calendar starts at 1573. Really? And it's 1573 when it started. What would be the difference from this calendar and the calendar that they just stopped using? If it connects to the same day. I mean, if it's like, 1573, 1572. So the end of the old calendar was in 1572 and then starts the Gregorian calendar in 1573 with the same actual how do you want to say astronomical alignments for them to be able to compute or capitalize time, because that's all we doing. We're graphing, making a graph of time. And we're using the sun, we're using the moon, and we're using a lot of these astronomical things or fucking things that we see that's made of stars, and a lot of that is what creates the calendars and all of these other. I mean, the calendars. So if these calendars are the exact, then what would be why they stop using the old calendar? So that would tell you right then and there, whatever was, and even I don't even believe it was done in 1573. I believe it was done later than that. I believe it was done like 1800 because these people wasn't running nothing. Now, if that's a Christian calendar, then it would make sense why they would create that in Rome and then try to pass that on to everybody who they conquer, you know what I'm saying, or they make their servants or who people who subservience. That's the same story we heard with eugenics. Inferior, superior. The inferior people are the peons, the superior people are the bosses. That's the cognitive meaning of it, or kind of cognitive understanding that we see when people mention these things.
Yep, absolutely. all part of the indoctrination. And that's why when they say that Darwin wasn't racist or he was an abolitionist, it's like, where? You're just saying that. You haven't even read what he was saying about us, because he was definitely racist. He was definitely for eugenics. So how can you say the two can coincide, that you're for eugenics, you're for racism, but he was an abolitionist and he wanted to say that all people were equal?
And that's the origin of racism. The real origin of racism would be the doctrine of discovery, right? That would be the origin, but that's coming from Negroes. So it's not the fact that it's racism, it's people who want you to be under subservient. And then they create these racism inferior. Remember, inferior? Inferior will be Darwin method. Or Francis Galton saying that you came from monkeys and y'all are less superior. Y'all are inferior to them, which they are superior. But let's back that up. You wear suits because what? We invented suits. Cotton. You think we ain't know what to do with cotton? Oh, the niggas found cotton. Niggas got cotton growing in the backyard. They don't know what to do with it. Why all of the tellers, right? Which are Negroes, right? Which even the tellers with the last name tellers are Negroes. So when you get into the tellers, all of the tellers in the early 1900s was all Negro. White people was going to Negroes to buy suits.
Right.
Oh, you was a hairy ape. You troglodyte looking motherfucker, right? You was a hairy ape. Where did you get that haircut from? The barber shops, the Berber shops, the bearded ones. So everything that they learned, all of this so-called class and prestige, and past the Grey Poupon, and all of this nigga pull up in a Rolls Royce with a silver, a shining silver plate with the Grey Poupon on it. All this shit come from us. We come from that greatness. But they telling you, oh, you evolved from a hominid, which we could clearly see this is a fucking ape. Oh, so if that's a theory that's not supported by an actual experiment, I don't believe you.
Exactly. And then they go into, creationism cannot be proven. You don't have any experiments. It's like there's no experiments that are tying us to primates. There's not one. All there are some observations. And it's the same observations that say, hey, we're gods, intelligent design. So now you have to come which observations are better. And they don't want to admit that it's an observation. That's all. And that it's an observation that is tied to eugenics.
So, and why don't we see the primate species like with every decade or every century, right? Why don't we see them evolving more like humans? Like, you know what I'm saying? Oh shit, this was a chimpanzee. This chimpanzee is 100 years old. This is his child. His child can walk upright. He look more. When are we going to see an actual chimpanzee or one of these primates morph into a human being? Why have they stopped doing it?
Right. Or if there are just human beings that are more happenstance, I want to know why whales aren't building civilizations in the ocean. Why is there no other family of species that has a version of humans that are superior than their family when it comes to intelligence?
That's that part right there. And that's what, and see, these people control our realities because they control your mind. Anyone control you. That's like a pimp. A pimp control a whole. I ain't trying to be funny, sis. I'm just giving this analogy. I could
No,
probably
I
give
understand.
a better analogy, but this is the first one come to mind. A pimp can control his subject reality by controlling her minds. And he can have her doing all of this crazy stuff. And the same thing as the educational system, which feeds you. That's the reason why they tell you American educational system compared to these other places is primitive. It's not that we're not as smart as these other people, because in fact we're smarter because the curriculum in which they got came from here. It came from here. Everything.
So I
You
want to
understand?
go into like the councils and ask you a question really quick, because they act like there's one council, which is Nasia, but we know the councils of Toledo, Nasia, and there's like thousands of councils. So are those by like us or black people that are trying to say that there should be always a hierarchy, some people that have the information and the common people that don't?
Yes, that's where you get the Masons. You got two different type of Masons, but it's pretty much the same understanding. You got brick Masons. Well, I forgot they got names for them, but you got the brick Masons. Everybody not a brick Mason. Everybody don't have the science of a brick Mason, right? And then you have the Masons that know the history that they not putting out there because they don't think people are mentally
No, that
stable to be able to mentally stable, because a lot of this shit will blow your mind. They don't think the people are mentally stable to be able to take in this information and retain it and still maintain being a productive slave who work for these corporations. That's what it mainly is. It's mainly going to give you government of thyself. That's why I say, like, even when it deal with the Moors, I take a lot of these philosophies and I add them. I don't, whether I'm an Indian or not, or Aborigine or a Tanchan or whatever. But when I say I self-law and master, I govern myself while I'm on this flat globe or infinite plane or Esha or whatever reality we in. I govern myself. I don't let people use trickery. They already use trickery. They showed me all the drug dealer movies. They showed me, oh, you can be like 1 minute they glorify being a drug dealer, and next minute you behind jail wondering, damn, why the fuck was this shit on TV? Why was they showing us New Jack City or King of New York and having these rappers glorify being big time drug dealers? If you don't know no better, guess what happens? You fall for that. And that's how, and it's so many examples of that goes on throughout life. And then when you catch on to what's going on, a lot of times the damage has already been done. You know what I'm saying? Not saying it can't be some of the things can't be undone, but can you reinvent yourself? Can you become something greater than what you were, despite the fact that you may have had this downfall or this obstacle to be able to achieve? You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. And I think that's where I come to the point of more for me, that I understand a lot of people are like, okay, well, prove it in your bloodline that you're more. But to me, it's just sovereign. Like you said, it's a status. It's a status that I believe that we should use for our nationality and creed, to say we are our own people and we are the Moors, because if we look back at it, it was a status that just meant freemen before. Like, we're free. We're not under
Oh,
any
it go further than that
jurisdiction.
though.
Right, I
Oh,
know it goes way further than that, but a lot of people don't like that you try to tie it into other places like Sumeria that has more, or the Tamari, or any of the other places that use more.
oh, don't forget right here. Don't forget the Moru.
More, yeah.
Don't forget the
More.
Moru. Don't forget us. But see that you don't have to claim to, you already Amaru, or what I call a Moor. You already are that. Now you have to substantiate, well, what part of the Amaru was your family connected to, so you could solidify that. Oh, my family is from where we get said Cuspic, Macon, Georgia region, around the Ogamichi, all the way into the Florida regions, right? So my family was Yamasi, Timacoan. I got some evidence of Creek as well as Ani Yawiya. But see, the whole thing is with all of these are just areas in which my people habitated. So it's like, even beyond that, my people is originally from the Amaru. Now the locations and everything will be something different, but just like in introduction, I'm not going to tell you my whole genealogy. Or you ask me, well, what's your nationality? A1. Oh, I'm a Amaru. I'm an Aboriginal, a Tanchan of the Amaru. And if you want to say, well, I'm an American Indian. America, what? Matter of fact, you know what? Let's go into something real quick. Since we talking about it, right? Fuck it. Let's go into it. I already got it up. Now hit that like button. I'm gonna extend this a little longer. Shout out, definitely support AP battle rap between him and Sir Drop. I think he's live right now. Get the dates and get the time for that if you guys would like to check that out. But we're gonna go in a little bit. So all right, so we got America, right? You can see this, sis?
Yeah, I can see it.
All right, so we got America in 1823, which this white man right here, Noah Webster, didn't create. He didn't create English or none of this language that this is our old language. Only thing they did was change up some of the vowels and some of the vowels and how the syllables and how the words is constructed, right? But we get a native of America, right? Originally applied to the Aboriginals, right? Or copper color races. Now that's just the premise of what American is. Forget the fact that it's a semicolon or comma and it says, but now applied to descendants of Europeans born in America. You can never be that, because to be an Aboriginal has a different destination. The destination of someone who's coming here from another place is not like they can never be from that place unless they intermingle with someone who's original to that land, and then their offsprings will have that privilege, right? So we get into Aborigine. Person, animal, or plant that has been in the country regions from the earliest time, right?
Right.
You go down. So you go down, it says the first. Now look, it says ancestors of the Romans, but take that in reverse. The Romans are the ancestors of the Aboriginals, right? But it says when you go down, which means literally from the beginning. From the beginning. Now, some people go into, oh, look, this says away from. Forget that. It also say a person or plant that has been in the country or regions from the earliest time. We can't deny that, which literally means from the beginning. We can't deny that, right? So to be an American, right, you have to be an Aborigine, right? The only way you will be an American is to be Aborigine. That's it. But the problem is, all Indians are not Aborigine. All Indians are not first from time of existence on this landmass, which you will go back into what my name is, right? And the Tanchan, right? So it say what? One sprung from the soil here she inhabits. Meaning my people didn't come from nowhere. Whenever man formed in the reality as we see them, the mineral composition in that creates my physical composition came from this landmass right here. Right here. So that would be the only way that you will be an American. You know what I'm saying? So it's like people don't truly understand it, like coming from that perspective on how these people then took our nationality and the ancient people and applied it on to any goofy that come over here who sign paperwork or take a pledge of allegiance to become a United States citizen. The United States is of America. It's not America. It's only of. What would that be? A preposition or interjection or the A part of speech?
Yeah, preposition.
Right? Preposition, right? It doesn't make it the actual land which the corporations or these people who migrate here are on. There's only one American, and they went through the trouble to tell you that you're not from America, to tell you that you are African. And matter of fact, I can show you something else, right? To kind of consolidate, because I got this shit up here, so I might as well give it away. But I'm definitely putting this, I got a PowerPoint jam. I'm gonna probably throw something together next month. but it's going to definitely be another heavyweight jam. Go check out that Origin of White Supremacy. You will not be you will not be disappointed, right? So we go here, right? So it say colored persons and Indians defined, right? Now, remember, there's going to be a remix single in this, but we're going to have to be able to get past the remix single, right? So let me see something real quick, right? So I say color persons or Indians defined. Every person of whom there is a searchable any Negro blood shall be deemed and taken to be a colored person, and every person not a colored person having 1/4 or more American Indian blood shall be deemed an American Indian. Now, this is how they do the remix, right? Because we can go right here to the actually census, right? We can go to their census of 1860, right? And we can go to, did I pass it? Free inhabitants, right? We're going to go right here to free inhabitants, man. So we can go to Indian. We can go to Indians right here, right? So it says Indians not taxed are not to be enumerated. So if you are Indian that's not taxed and you haven't renounced your tribal rule, then you remain to be an Indian or Aboriginal, or you could be a Kasata, or you could be a Cherokee, or you could be whatever nation you were. Because remember, the Indian is just the identity of the people of this land. It's not the actual destination. The destination, like I said, will be your tribe, and we can go further than that with the destination. Indians is just the observation of the people of the Americas, right? But it says Indians not taxed are not to be enumerated. The families of Indians who have what? Renounced their tribal rule and who are under what? State and territory laws. So let's stay right there. So like I said, they create these militia groups that's part of Rome, like the Knights of Golden Circle, the KKK, Skull of Bones, some of these other bureaucracy militia groups, right? They create these, they cause havoc, they terrorize you, as what we seen in Tulsa, Oklahoma. But Tulsa was only one of few towns that suffered that same fate. But there were still surviving towns as well that never suffered that same fate. But for the evidence that we could see, we see the Europeans going in. The Europeans going in, burning, looting, doing all this shit. People running off their land, as we seen in Rosewood too. You mentioned Rosewood, right, sis?
Yeah, my great grandma and my great grandpa on my mom's side would be in Rosewood.
So Rosewood was an organic, indigenous area. You know what I'm saying? And this town is the science that we had everywhere throughout the Americas, right? So we see they come in, they harass us, they do that and make us migrate. And the ones that don't migrate stand there and fight because they weren't successful at the beginning, because if they were not successful with the fighting shit, then they use what? They use biological warfare, also mental warfare. So even if they can't beat you, they use biological and mental warfare from you, as you've seen within the Jim Crow era and all the way up until the civil rights era, right? But even before then, right? It says I'm gonna say it again: Indians not taxed are not to be enumerated. The families of Indians that renounce their tribal rule and who are living under state and territory laws. Let's stay right there. I'm gonna go further. Exercises, right? Matter of fact, let me highlight the whole joint. Exercises the rights of citizens. So what do you mean, A1? Why would a person give up being an Indian to be a citizen of a corporation, right? Why would someone be a fool to renounce their tribe? Why? Why would someone be a fool to renounce their tribal rules so they can exercise, so they could be under state and territory laws, nigga, and exercise the rights of citizen? Why would anybody be so ever foolish to do that, right? Because of the militia groups that was running into your town with 10,000 white men with tinky torches burning your fucking towns down. And for the ones that didn't, that knew that that suffering or that fate was coming, they signed contracts with the government to protect them. And in the protection of the government, we signed deeds. Prior to that, we didn't have no deeds. So the deeds make you what? The deeds make you exercise the rights, the territory of the state and territory laws, so you can exercise the rights of a citizen. So in that preference, what? Now they creating these statuses. Now by default, you renouncing your tribe. You don't even know you renouncing it, but you renouncing it once they classify you what? So let's go down. Indians not taxed are not to be enumerated. The family of Indians who have renounced their tribal rule and who are under state and territory laws exercise the rights of citizens, right? It says are to be what? Enumerated, meaning counted, right? And it says in all such cases, write IND opposite their name in column 6 under the heading what?
Color.
Who the color people?
The Negroes, blacks.
You seen colored people in Jim Crow. That's a free colored water fountain. Free color this, free color that, free color this, free color that. So that's how they got you. That's one of the ways they got you. But then we go ahead because I think this was an interesting bill, how the brother put this down, right? So he said in 1930, the U.S. federal census did a category of color include American Indians or just blacks. It's saying 1820, the census, there was a column for all other people except Indians not taxed. In addition to the column for free colored person. So I assume for that census, American Indians not living on reservations were included in colored, as we just read, right? It says, but for the 1830 census, there is no all other persons columns. So where American Indians counted as white or colored, you're saying I've looked at the 1830 instructions to the marshals, the statutes at large, 383 through 89, the act of March 23rd, 1830, and the history and growth of the U.S. Census by C.D. Wright, and haven't ever been able to pin down the answer. Thanks for, I guess this is someone responding, but what he's saying is it actually adds up to what we're saying. That they classify these people. Once you sign these deeds and you renounce your tribal rule and you living within state confines. State confines only when they say a state, a mental state, governing your mind, putting you in a mental state to where you need to be governed. You need to be governed because we can't fight these 1,000 people that's rushing into your goddamn town at 3 o'clock in the morning that's burning your towns down. So now you had asked the government for protection, right? Because the government only been established to maintain individual rights, to make sure that you don't breach the peace and you don't infringe on someone's space, right? That's what they tell us, right? And this is a case. This is a case to where it worked for us, or where they implemented that to us, and we did this voluntarily. So we renounced our tribal rule voluntarily to be citizens. I mean, does that make any sense, sis?
Absolutely, it does.
So despite all this stuff, because even among some of the history that you hear, they telling you about all these wars, right? When they lying about the wars. I got whole books on people who still had towns and civilizations up while all these wars going on. And while all these wars going on, the wars is giving you the mind state that these niggas is primitive. We had government, we had constitution, we had law here. It wasn't just no renegade wars going on like that. You understand what I'm saying? It wasn't just no renegade wars. People running through the town wearing a fucking war bonnet, shooting arrows. Nigga, you crazy, nigga. We done went past that. But these are the fantasies that they propagate to people when they tell you about the story of the American Indian or the American Aborigine or the American Tanchan.
Yeah, to make them seem more barbaric and didn't have civilization. But this is very interesting. I've always heard it under the Moorish paradigm of the white status versus the black status. But definitely, I've never seen this as far as the American Indian tax or versus non-taxed.
And that's on the preamble of the Constitution, because we wrote the Constitution for them. We wrote the Constitution for foreigners. We didn't write the Constitution for us. We had our Constitution. You understand what I'm saying? We had our Constitution. We didn't write the Constitution for foreigners. We wrote the Constitution for our people. And see, the thing of it is that a lot of people don't truly understand that. And they don't understand because they don't go that deep. You got to go deep with this information. You ain't going to understand your present or the future if you don't understand the past in its entirety. You know, you have to, right? So I'm going to show you something else in connection to what I just showed you, right? Of how we voluntarily gave up our tribal rule, right? So check this out, right? And this is basically from the law of the land. This is the law of the land. This ain't just no one area of law in which people was doing, right? So we go right here, right? It says the soil, the soil of the earth from one end to the other is the property of the people who inhabit it, right? By birthright. Now, I can't never pronounce this word, but we're going to skip it, right? It says the original beings are the owners of the soil, which they own and occupy, and none other may hold it, unless they create a deed, unless they terrorizing you and they create a deed and you willingly signing over. These are cohesive contracts. That's why they keep telling you about contracts. We signed contracts to become this. We went from Indians, right? Not taxed or not to be enumerated, not to be counted, right? And the families of Indians who have renounced their tribal rules, who are under state and territory laws, exercise the rights of citizens and are to be enumerated. And now they're classified under their classification as colored. But if we follow the original rule, right, it says that the native of America were the first humans on this land, which go back into what? A Tanchan, one sprung from the soil he or she inhabits, right? So then it says the originated in the land they live on and occupy, and no foreigner has the right to take over the land. You understand?
Right. Yeah.
So it goes back into this. 1860 is when the KKK and the Knights of Golden Circle first. Well, that's kind of the exception, but they had other like the Knights of Templar and some of these other organizations which they went under, which they get changed the names of and went from the Knights of Golden Circle to the KKK, right? To the Skull of Bones, and they want you to think the KKK is just some redneck hicks. No, the KKK wear three-piece suits, nigga, and wear motherfucker Armani's, of Fendi and all that other shit. You understand what I'm saying? And these are the people who come up with these education, these philanthropists who then stole all of the resources, which we can go back to Tulsa, Oklahoma, and even the Sarah Rector story, and where you could trace back the oil company back to the Rockefeller Standard Oil companies. So these race riots that's going on in Tulsa is trying to chase the people off their land because it's oil on the land. So I mean, go figure that right there.
Yeah.
Go figure that right there, because it's a lot, and it's like, it's not like a clear based thing, because even when you get into what is the identity of the people here, right? What did they look like? Was it already Negroes here? Do we not have archaeology and well, no, I'm sorry. Is it archaeology? Anthropology and archaeology work that's telling you that the first Americans resemble Africans, Australians, and South Pacific Islanders. Where the fuck did these people go? You know what I'm saying? Where did they go?
Yeah.
And it's a lot, because it's like, when you really look at it, you want to trust some of their sources, but then sometimes you just gotta abandon some of their sources and just go. You have to cross-reference everything that they telling you that you are and everything that you're not. So
And all the history itself. So
all
you say, as far as that slavery, I know the transatlantic slave trade did not happen as they said it. But do you think like slavery didn't happen at all in the way, as far as there were black people that were enslaved at a time, working on plantations, picking cotton, being whipped, that sort of thing?
that only happened if the mother was a Slavic. The Slavs remember what you just read in the Homestead Act with the
Right.
slaves. The slaves are Slavs. Okay. Here in America, we just read the Great Law of Peace saying that can't no foreigner own land. So can't no Slavic could own land either. That's dealing with the Secession War, which goes back into the Civil War, and that's one of the reasons to why that was happening, because these people couldn't own land. But what they could do is take abandoned land. If you abandoned the land, then they can take it. And by whatever rules that they plan by to make you abandon your land, nigga. Even if they burn the goddamn house while you in it. So whatever rules that they plan by for you to abandon your land, you think a motherfucker just jumped up and just left a whole estate and just said, "Yo, we out, we go, we out, we going north." You understand what I'm saying? No, it has to be an antagonist to make you that fearful for you. But the man might not be fearful, but he worrying about his children.
Right.
You see?
Absolutely. So then they would
So
migrate to a different place, and then now they're under the jurisdiction. And they play these same games today, and of different people that have land, but they just keep them in court and tie them up in legal fees that they won't be able to afford until they have to sign it over. But it's interesting, because I heard the same thing of like, my grandpa had land on my mom's side, but something happened where he signed something and they took the land.
that's
What
how
I've
they
been
got
hearing.
us. This is exactly how they got us. We still was segregated all the way up until the 1960s, and some places still segregated today. So we talking about like the main cities. They wanted the main cities to be integrated. That's the whole purpose of the reason why they toured you. Like, so as you traveling and you trying to get away from the chaos of motherfuckers running in your towns 1,000 deep and burning stuff, there's signs. Next town over, move in the town. So now they get you in the town, and then they move around the town. So that now the land that you abandoned to move into the town, they move around the town. They live on the outskirts outside of you. All cities, the suburbs is sitting outside the cities. So it's like, when you really understand the play, there's a heavy play that they've been implementing. And like I said, a lot of people acquiesce. They acquiesce to it. They sign over the deeds because, and they don't understand their jargon. Because remember, that's the reason why they tell you that legal words or lawful or words that's in any of these law books, right? They're different from regular words that's in these encyclopedias. So they presenting this to your people, whether your people understood what the word meant or not, in its original content. They don't know that it's a what? what's that? Not a synonym. Is that a synonym? Not a synonym.
Yeah,
An antonym.
an
An
antonym.
antonym is a word that has the same spelling but has a different meaning, right?
Right. And is that where like it switched from like sharecroppers or calling a lot of people sharecroppers?
But what is a sharecropper to me is a trader. You sharing crops. You're trading, right?
Right.
But they make, your father was, you find evidence show people was a sharecropper, and then they did a remix single on it. They changed the content of what a sharecropper is.
Right. So
Sharecropper
like so
is.
they own the land or take part in the land, and that's why farmers they don't own the land that they're working on. They're just farming on it.
But they don't ever want you to reclaim your land. That's why they tell you these ridiculous stories that you're not from the land. So now you don't even look at the land. You don't even look at the land because they telling you, nah, you from over there. You from, you from the east, yeah, that way. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what they telling you. So you don't even pay attention over. Your grandmother begging you, like, I'm an Indian. Yeah, grandma, I'm about to go to this side net debate and shit, right? Like, your grandmother in the background, like, my grandmother was a Cherokee. Yeah, grandma, I'm about to go to the Zulu gathering about Africans. And all along they telling you, but you don't understand because you've been misled. You don't know what a Cherokee is. You don't know what these autochthons or Aboriginal nations or people were, and you don't know that you don't know. I'm not even gonna go into certain words because certain shit I don't like to say on YouTube, but you don't even know. You have no clue. We just read the Great Law of Peace. Once again, the soil of the earth from one end to the other is the property of the people who inhabit it, right? Go back to a time sign. One sprung from the soil, he or she inhabits. Sprung from the land itself. What does it tell you in Genesis? Man was grafted after the clay that was from the ground in which he inhabit. Right? So that's what it tells you, right? So the original beings are the owners of the soil. And the only way they could get you off of it is have niggas with tinky torches run into your towns and make you willingly give it up. You understand? Make you willingly give it up.
Yes, absolutely. Well, it was really nice talking to you. I do have to get going, but I thank you for everything that you shared with me. Definitely, it's a lot, but it's a lot that we definitely need to look into. That's what's going to be our way out of this
It's
now.
just
And I
food
think
for thought. I don't expect you to learn or to be able to understand it all in just one gathering, but you was dropping some heavy shit that showed me that you a free thinker and you think outside the box or the confines of what we've been told and the original narrative. So you definitely how do you say, you have potential when it comes to this information. So definitely keep doing what you're doing. I definitely
yeah, and
appreciate
I
you coming.
definitely have a lot to learn, but I'm excited to learn it. And thank you for taking your time to teach me some of this. And I am doing my genealogy too. So I just have to look into the records and see what I find.
Good luck with that. Don't be biased with the Aboriginal information neither. So, a lot of people has a definitely good perspective on this information. So I'm just one of few. I'm just a spoke on a will, even though I'm on a will of the gods. But however it go, definitely good having you, sis. You definitely take care of yourself and enjoy the rest of your day, okay?
Thank you. Good talking to you too.
Peace to the goddess. Peace.
Peace.
So, and winding this down, been a 4-hour joint, man. Support the channel, man. Definitely support the channel, man. We rocked out 4 hours, man. Let's get it in. You know what I'm saying? Support the channel. Definitely support AP. Battle rap event he got with the brother Sir Drop. And like I said, take notes of this information because a lot of this information, man, like you be lucky, you be hard pressed to be able to obtain or gather up this type of information for you to be able to go through your further journey. So like I said, man, peace to the gods, peace to the goddesses. Y'all already know who this is, your brother Hanu Kiel. And let me see real quick before I get out of here what you guys are saying in the chat, because I know a lot of that shit went over people's heads. Definitely. Yeah, she definitely did good. She held her own. Definitely. She definitely held her own, Miss Mays. Definitely. Talking with Ty Sam, piece of the guys. Yeah, scientific term consciousness for the slogan. Yeah, that's right. And that's what I'm saying. Like, even among the terms, you have to know why one is calling himself an Aborigine. I'm putting my flag in the ground telling you my people always been here. You understand what I'm saying? I'm putting my flag in the ground to tell people I always been here. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? I'm putting my flag in the ground by saying I'm in a Tanchan. You know what I'm saying? I know what area and what nation or what so-called autochthonous nation my people called themselves. But like I said, at the end of the day, you have to know why it's imperative for you to establish that your people are Tonchines and and you can go from there from however you want to do the remix single. But I say that's imperative that you at least know the understanding of when you're addressing yourself, you know, because somebody gonna ask you, well, what is your nationality, or what nation do you descend from? You know what I'm saying? I assume the nation would be the Amaru, would be America, right? But it say originally applied to who? The Aborigines, right? And then you go to Aborigine, you're gonna find out the Aborigines, oh, I'm a Cherokee Aborigine. You know what I'm saying? AKA Indian and Aborigine is like the same thing. Indian is just an observation for you to realize your people been here. Now, once you realize that, only through your genealogy is you going to be able to find out what nation your people descend from. So that gets all into something else. And like I said, I let a lot of other people do that. I don't really even do the genealogy no more, because that shit take time. That shit took me too long for me to do my own shit. So I don't have time to be you know what I'm saying, like you know how to start it off. You know how to, you know, get in contact with family members and get names, and then you could do searches from there in the areas they lived in, and you can go from there. But you know, one have to be definitely interested in finding out their lineage for them to embark on that journey, because it's definitely a journey that you're gonna go on once you start embarking on it. So, like I said, once again, man, peace to the gods, peace to the goddesses, man, peace to everybody, man. Everybody have a good day, man. I know y'all, it's Sunday, so I know a lot of you guys and goddesses gonna have a plate of something on it. So definitely, man, shout out to everybody, man. Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all day. With that being said, man, you already know who this is. Your brother Hano Kiel, aka A1, aka Tonscious One. Peace to gods, peace to goddesses, peace to Aborigines, North, South, Central, and the conjoining islands, as well as my Black Indians, American Indians, etc. Peace.